suffer any further with my corny jokes. This is my last work session, and I'm gonna make it good.
And it's going to be strong.
You should feel the joy in my heart.
I do.
Thank you. Can you feel it, Brian?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I'd like to call the public hearing for the mayor and council to order for Tuesday, April 20, 2021. It starts at 6 o'clock p.m., but unfortunately, it is now 6:04. And yes, I am in the meeting. I had a little difficulty, but I am here. Luke, would you like to read the agenda for us, please?
Certainly. It is the public hearing regarding proposed real property tax and proposed FY22 budget, Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 at 6 p.m. 1, we have the call to order. 2, review of the agenda. 3, the public hearing. And 4, adjournment. Mayor, would you like me to read the agenda for the work session?
Yes, please.
Okay, the agenda for the work session, which will be immediately following this public hearing, is as they start to scroll below. 1, call to order. 2, review of the agenda. 3, proposed FY22 budget discussion. And 4, adjournment.
Okay, you have a third one.
And
I believe, if I remember correctly, we're supposed to have a closed session.
That's right, to discuss personnel matters.
Yes. I don't see it. Do you see it?
Else. Sorry, there's everything else. So pause where I said work session.
It should be legislative session.
No, it's a work session.
Okay, so following the budget work session, which is what I just described, we will have another work session where we will again review the agenda. Then we will have a variance presentation for 3405 Newton Street. Then we will talk about the Spring Park renovation project. Then we will have support from the city for a county resolution of Medicare for all. You could please scroll down. 6 will be timing and process for Ethics Commission appointments. 7 will be the Tree Commission appointment. 8 will be the Citizens Police Review and Advisory Board. 9 will be the Sidewalk Cafe application. 10 will be a WSSC water main break discussion. 11 will be request to reallocate $100,000 from speed cameras to streets and sidewalks. 12 will be returning to in-person meetings at City Hall. 13 will be a city manager search update. 14 will be adjournment. And then I believe we will enter into a closed session to discuss personnel.
Very good. Thank you. Any adjustments to the agenda?
Yeah, after that work session, we are going to have a legislative meeting just to vote on that variance request, and then the closed session.
That's what I said. There should be a legislative meeting. Thank you, Brian.
Brian, do you need to move an item up in the agenda for the legislative? I think you said there was a conflict of interest of somebody needed to be moved up before 7.
No, the work session discussion is what they were interested in, and hopefully we can get to that by 7:30.
Okay.
And I don't know. I think we will. We keep going.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. That means I need a vote to approve the agendas as presented.
So move.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded for the approval of the hearing, the work session, the legislative session, and a closed session to follow. All those in favor of those agendas as presented, let it be known by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, we have an agenda for tonight. And I'm looking forward to this. Thank you. Do we have anyone here to speak on would like to give input about the proposed FY 2022 budget? Natasha, do we have anyone in the chat room?
Danielle, is your I do for, you want to say something about the budget? Is that what your I do is for, Danielle? Okay, Danielle wants to speak. Do you want her to speak?
All right, Danielle, you have the floor.
Okay,
remember you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I am commenting on the Recreation Committee budget. We have heard that we are getting a $10,000 budget for the next fiscal year. We would like to ask that a additional line item, which we did a couple years ago before the pandemic, be added in the amount of 7.5. This would be to cover grants that we get usually from Mount Rainier Elementary School, Thomas Stone Elementary, other groups like Little Friends for Peace, Joe's Movement Emporium have asked for grants in the past. So the additional 7.5 would be to cover grants, not programming. So that's basically what we're asking for. We with a budget of 10,000, if we granted three grants, it would only leave us 2.5 to do programming for the entire city for an entire year. And we don't want to make that decision between which is more important, grants or the community as a whole. So that's my comment and my plea to the council.
Thank you so very much. All right, we've taken that. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, can anybody hear me?
Oh, yes, we can definitely hear you. Please tell us who's speaking.
This is Emma Thompson.
All right.
I live in Rainier, and the purpose of me joining today is the property taxes.
Okay.
It is so high that, I need to talk to somebody about it because, our house is only 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom. It doesn't have any modern amenities. So I don't understand why we should be paying that high taxes. If the taxes is being done because of other houses that are being sold and remodeled, it's unfair because we don't have so many. I can list all the things that we don't have, and then yet we're paying $8,000 for taxes. It's ridiculous.
Have you? This is probably not the appropriate arena for my comment, but I'm going to make it anyway. One of the things I would note is that the city does not assess you your taxes. The costs and taxes on your house is pretty much assessed by the state, and you can appeal it. But that's the inappropriate part for me, is whether or not you have appealed or whether you have considered appealing it. If you have not, may I suggest that you speak to the city manager, not today, but maybe tomorrow, about how do you appeal your tax assessment. The time may have passed. I'm not certain, but she can go over some of those things with you. The city tax is 0.89. I don't think we reduced it this year. If we did, it would be 0.88 per 100. So we're not the large part of your taxes. The large part of your taxes are based on a 3-year assessment by the state. So please talk to the city manager.
Okay.
But we did hear you.
Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me. Because it's so frustrating.
Well, you should try some of the ones that we pay sitting on the council. And trust us, we're not paying those taxes because we just love the high price. All right?
Okay, I will try to, call or talk to them tomorrow.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the chat room?
No, I don't see anyone else.
You have Sarah from the Green Team?
Yeah, Sarah Lifsey from the Green Team.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Who is it?
Mayor Mouse, this is Sarah Lifsey, 400 block.
Thank you, Sarah. Please. Thank you. I can hear your name now. Much appreciated.
So
you have the floor.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm at, the 4,000 block at 36th Street. I'm also the chair of the Green Team and have 2 points on the budget to make on behalf of the Green Team. First, I'd like to speak in support of the Tree Commission's budget. They do vital work in the city, and I don't know if you or any other folks in the council saw, but we had a very large tree fall across the community garden a couple of weeks ago that would have easily killed someone had it not come down in the middle of the night. It was a very large tree.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was huge. So definitely, if anyone wants pictures, I have them. So definitely keeping up the health of our city's trees is very important. The second statement I want to make is on the police vehicle discussion. The Green Team realizes that the climate crisis needs to be dealt with. We in Mount Rainier definitely want to do our part. The City Council earlier this year also adopted a forward-looking resolution to reduce our climate footprint. But we want to make sure we don't push too fast for specific technologies that aren't ready for prime time, particularly with the police force and the important job that they do. Electric cars are here. They're ready for nearly every use in the city right now, but an exception might be police vehicles. We've done some research and have come to the conclusion that right now the best path with current investments is the purchase of hybrid vehicles. Hyattsville has an electric police vehicle, kind of experimental. It's a regular electric car with police technology kind of shoehorned in. Some folks up there at the police force do love it, but it isn't quite ready for use by the entire force. So at this point, we do recommend for police vehicle refreshment purchasing a hybrid and telling our provider that we would prefer to purchase electric vehicles and to reevaluate whether electric police vehicles are like where they are on the market in future years.
All right. Thank you so very much. Appreciate you being there and commenting. And thanks for having pictures of the tree, because I did not manage to get any. But I certainly heard it was one of the big ones. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Do we have anyone either on Facebook or in our chat room? If not, may I get a motion for us to adjourn the hearing?
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to adjourn the hearing. All those in favor, let it be known by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none, the hearing is adjourned. We're supposed to go into work session at 7. It is now 6:15. I don't know how many rules we'll violate if we decide to take off and go into the session at 7, which is why we used to say immediately following the hearing. But we specifically said 7 p.m. So do we want to adjourn and come back at 7?
Mayor Miles, this is Scott Cecil.
I hear you, Scott.
It does say in the title of the agenda, following budget work session.
But it also says very specifically 7 p.m. I would love to do that.
I know that you can't hear him, but I can hear the city.
Mayor and council.
Yeah, there you go.
Mayor and council.
I can hear you.
There was a typo on the agenda. My apologies. It was supposed to be 6:30 was your budget work session.
But even though it's a typo, it's what you publicize to the public, and the public has a right to believe that 7 o'clock p.m.
No, I think on the website it says 6:30 on the calendar.
It does.
Yeah, it says 6:30 on the website. He just, on the agenda is where the typo is, but everything that was publicized for social media and everything says 6:30.
That's right.
And I stand probably not corrected, but I am in favor of going into our meeting at 6:30, which it still is not. So what's your pleasure, council? 15 minutes recess or 15 minutes move forward and nobody will really care? What's your pleasure?
I would just move forward.
I think we can move forward.
We're not voting.
Then let's move forward with the work session. If there are any items on there that somebody really was going to want to speak on, if they put it in the chat, we'll recognize it, go back to that item at least to answer their questions, if any. Is that a fair procedure? All right, thank you so much. The agenda has already been read. I am now in the process of calling this meeting to order, and the time on that is going to be 6:18. The agenda items have already been reviewed. Let's get to the meat and bones of this. The proposed fiscal year 2022 budget discussion. Mayor and council, Latasha and council, let's move forward. Latasha, will you tell us where we are? We had some corrections, some additions, and if they've been made, let us know where we are with this.
Yes, Mr. Rollins, are you? Yeah, Mr. Rollins, he's going to take over from here. He can tell you about the changes and so forth that were made.
Okay, are you going to put the budget on the screen so we can follow?
Yes, ma'am. I just need to know
Thank you so much. But I really would like for you to make it a little bit bigger, please. I
Yes.
do happen to have a need to see much bigger.
Is that good?
That's good. That's very good.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Rollins?
Yes.
Ready to start.
But that one is not very good. That's better. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
What I'll do is I have a list of what we have spoke about in terms of changes. Of course, anybody can correct me while I go along, but I'll just go through just a couple of changes. I'll start with revenue first and my line item. And I'll mention what the city manager had, what the council had, and what was the difference that we came up with the changes. Is that okay for you all?
That'll work. Thank you.
So, and starting with the revenues, in intergovernmental revenues, account 4303, which was the state police aid, we had $100,000 in city manager's budget. We changed it to $98,122, which is there now, and that was the difference, about $1,800. That was relating to M&L with their their memo on information they provide all to municipalities, and that came straight from the state police aid of what it is going to be for FY22.
Okay.
Next, down to miscellaneous revenue, account 4600, interest on investments, something that Councilman Niegler had pointed out. We had $40,000 in there originally, and we reduced it down to $10,000 in relation to the climate that we're in now with lower interest rates, and so that was a difference of $30,000. The rest of the changes goes down to the grants.
You want me on this page here, or you want me to go?
No, you're right. There's the first one with 4698. Oh, wait a minute.
I had to make it a little smaller so we could see it. I'm sorry.
COVID relief. What we put in here, we didn't have is $1 million, which relates to the $6.7 million that have awarded under the American Recovery Act. So we just put a placeholder of $1 million for this year. Of course, this can change as it goes on till throughout the year, but that's what we had decided at the point, and that's what I put in there. The next item that we see is Civic Center. Is that on there? 4720. Yes. Well, let me do it this way. 4720. I'll do it in, okay. Police basement renovations, $300,000. So what has happened since our work session that we was awarded in the bond bill of $300,000 thanks to the chief, and we included that in here for the police renovations. The Civic Center for 420, basically I put in here 19,600,000, excuse me, 44,000 to be correct. Now, this does relate to the $100,000 bond bill for the Civic Center. And that really, I believe, started in FY20. Reason I have $44,000, there's $56,000, $48,000 has been spent against this bond bill in FY20, as I would also at the same time doing the audit. There's another $8,000 spent this year, and I know that our grant writer is looking to seek reimbursement for $56,000. So that's where we are currently. So what I did is then put the remainder of $44,000 that's still left that we would get reimbursement for on this related to this grant. Any questions?
So far, so good. Thank you.
Okay. So similar to the Chesapeake Trust grant, the second grant, where it was mentioned that, yes, it's $196,000. It's a multi-year grant. In 20, we receive an advance of $36,600. And it's a schedule that the Chesapeake Trust is paying us, so they paid us that in advance in 20. In 21, they're now, which is soon now in April, they're looking to pay $139,800,000. Our public works director is naturally submitting certain reimbursements for this. And then the last payment will be in November the 15th, 2021. And that's $19,600,000. So that's what I put here in for the for this grant.
Okay.
And that's at the time, that's it for revenues for now.
Okay.
For expense, let me stop there for a minute. Any questions on the revenues? Got that. Okay. On expenses, administrative services. We'll start there. And let's see, 5596, winter event. We added.
Hold on one second. Right. Do you want me to do it on this sheet, or you want me to go to the actual department?
Oh, sorry. Go to the department. Sorry.
Okay. So you said administrative services?
Yeah.
It doesn't have the names on, so I'm just guessing that this was, is it, which line item?
5596. That's City Hall. Keep going. Keep going.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Right here. 5596 winter event.
Yeah. So there was, under the city management, we didn't have any money here, so we wanted to allocate some money. It was requested, so we put $1,000 for the winter event in this budget now. 5552, the Winter Green team, which is right next to it. There was $1,000 in originally, and so we increased it to $1,600 to put $600 in. 5546 is the senior programming. It was requested that it was 500 and requested to increase it to 1,000. By co-op, 5604. It was 5,000. We requested to put 2,000 more, put 7,000. And then in 5644 Halloween, what we did was we took $3,000. We reduced that and used that money to transfer to these basically accounts, which was bike co-op of 2,000 and 1,000 of winter event. That's where the money came from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any questions on that?
This is Brian. So Danielle was asking, I wasn't quite sure what she meant when she said 7.5 for the recreation.
7,500.
So is this the time to discuss that or not?
If we're at the recreation committee, yes. What she was asking, Brian, was that there are 10,000 there, she'd make it 17,500. And her rationale was that would allow them to give out the grants and still have money for activities.
May I ask, is the grants coming from outside of Mount Rainier, of the city of Mount Rainier?
No, that's to give the grants from Mount Rainier to groups in Mount Rainier.
Okay. So
Brian, did you get your question answered?
Yeah, but are we going to up it or aren't we?
Well, if I had my way with it, considering that COVID is still alive and well, I need to see what the plan is for giving another 7,500 for any group. Are the activities outside, inside? They're going to cause people to come together in groups larger than 25. How much more open will the phases be? So if people are vaccinated, as I'm understanding, hopefully they will be, it may happen. So I'm not opposed to putting something else there. Let me run through the council. You raised the question in Ward 2. Let me go to Scott Cecil, please. Comments?
We're only discussing the Recreation Committee, the request to up it to 17,500. Is that correct?
That was the question from Brian.
I'm not at a yes in this moment. I might be able to get there, but I don't think I will be able to. I have some questions about how this specific committee appropriated its funds in this fiscal year that I don't think were appropriate. So I would need to come to a resolution on that before I can get to a yes.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go to Ward 1. Luke, then Selena. Selena, then Luke, however way you all wish to do it.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm making a note of the 7,500, but I need to look at everything else first.
Thank you so much. Selena?
Yeah, I'm in support, Brian, to answer your question, or Mayor, I'm not sure, I apologize. A lot of the grant funding is used for the schools for their after school, either to invite artists or to create programming in order to be able to help them out. So the school usually requests this funding for the various programs that they do to expand their day and to be able to like help the students. So the students are going to school. Some of them are participating in after school activities. This also allows for that space to be taken. That's usually like the biggest chunk of the grants.
And right now, that is what I was saying in the general. All of that is up in the air. There are some considerations about the in-person learning. Basically, they're doing 2 days a week, or whatever that number is. You're also talking about a much smaller number of children that you would be servicing. And so that might be something that we would still want to do, but do we want to do it to the tune of $7,500 as if both schools are going to be full? I see your hand, I think, waving, Brian, and then I saw yours, I think, Luke. Do me a favor, would you please just say your name? I am having seeing issues. Scott, I meant Brian. Scott. So Brian, then Scott.
I was just rubbing pollen on my eyes, but since you gave me the chance to speak, I'll go with Luke's idea. Just write this down, see where we are when we come out the other end.
Okay. Scott?
Yeah, I'm not sure who my question is for. Maybe it's for Selena.
Okay.
Why, or I guess Danielle mentioned in the chat that she's here to answer questions. Why does this money need to be under the Recreation Committee? Can it be somewhere else in the budget is my question.
I could answer that. I think the Rec Committee has in the past requested for it to be a separate line item, right, as part of grants. So usually they're the ones the team gets together and helps with the process. So it'll be like a sum line item for them, but it could just be exclusively for that.
I can also provide some context, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
The legislation that created the Recreation Committee gave it a dual function. One was to have events, and two was to have a grant process for events in the community that an entity in the community is related on. So before I got elected, I was on the Recreation Committee. So you have a grant, you announce it, you try to get people involved. So usually like the PTOs, Joe's, skate park. There used to be an event at the skate park that we would do things from. So that's the piece.
Well, let me say, since I am the creator of the Recreation Committee, that is not exactly how it was. That's how we've used it. But we initially created the Recreation Committee. We added $25,000 to the budget for it to be used with the Recreation Committee. It was in the dual function, however, for giving grants. PTOs and PTAs were not included at that time. They've since been added. But they were for other organizations within the community that were doing that, as well as a recreation unit that we set up at the church on Bunker Hill Road. It has expanded and changed over the years so that we now are including PTOs, PTAs. Joe's were not in it before, but of course we had contributed to Joe's. The question I think that is in front of us, I think has two questions. The first question I heard is from Scott on whether or not the $7,500 needs to be in the recreation budget or could it be in a separate line item. Is that correct, Scott? The second thing I heard as the second question in there is whether or not we should go through everything and wait and see if we put money anywhere. I can't really see the chat, but something bumped up on my screen that Danielle said, I can answer this, but I don't think she can. We have to answer whether we're going to allocate an additional $7.5 thousand to the budget, to the recreation budget. And where would we want to do it? Because Scott's very, very good question is, it doesn't have to be there. It can be in a separate line item. But for Scott, the answer or the reason it is there is that that function was given to the Recreation Committee to review the proposals. They used to have to come in by February to determine whether they would be included in the budget so that we would come up with the right amount of dollars to take care of those proposals. They weren't to come in anytime they wanted to. So we are operating differently. And I won't be here, so you all decide, the three of you, how you want to function with this. I was just giving some background here. So what's your pleasure?
I still think we wait until the end, see how this might work out in the wash.
All right. Is that, I have Brian agreeing with that. Scott, what about you?
That sounds good. I'm very interested in approving the $7,500. I'm not going to be voting yes on putting it on the Recreation Committee line item budget, though.
All right, Selena.
We go add it to the list and then tally up the numbers like we usually do. I'm fine with that.
All right, I'm good with staying off of it until we see where we are. Anything else in this item that we need to talk about?
I had a question. Why did the bike co-op went up so much?
Because of delays, permits that we didn't anticipate, just a whole lot of things we've had to do differently. For example, we didn't anticipate that when the Carpenters Union offered to renovate the building, that it would have to be brought up to ADA codes and some of the other things that went with it. We didn't anticipate the electrical work that suddenly now has to be done, like the heavy up for the box. The box was put in for residential. So it went up to try to get those fees and things covered, in addition to the length of storage that we've had to put out there. So that excuse me?
The only reason why I asked is because I don't want people from the bike co-op to think that this is $7,000 for programming only. That's what I was trying to get clarification. Is it for building that needs to happen, or is it just for programming?
The only reason the bike co-op was in there in the first place was to help with the renovation. The bike co-op itself has been very self-sustaining over the years. And generally, they have not required any money. I think we put $500 or $1,000 in the budget previously. 3 years ago, I believe we put in $10,000, and this is now to go ahead and finish it off.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions, please? All right, next items.
Okay. Police Department.
We're ready.
We just got one line item there. Okay, and line item 5404, and this is the dispatch service. At $67,000, basically it was out and it was put back in. That's the only change for that.
But I think we were all unanimous that for this year, we were leaving it in that amount of money. And then we would look at it in the future because we all agreed it was a little bit late to try to change it now.
Right.
All right. Any questions or comments from anyone else? Hearing none, next item, please.
And then lastly, well, I shouldn't say lastly, Public Works. Account number 5601, tree maintenance. It was, let's see, 20,000, and we upped it to 60,000. And then 5602, which is tree purchases. There was nothing in the budget original, well, in the city manager's budget, and then in council, we added $5,000 in. And that's it for Public Works. And
comments? I'm going to go to Ward 1, then I'll go to Ward 2. You got two items presented, the 60,000 and the 5,000. 5,000 for tree purchase, and the 60,000 was for Ray?
tree maintenance.
Tree maintenance.
Tree maintenance, thank you.
This is
Ward
Selena.
1,
This is Selena, Mayor.
thank you.
Did we we left the sidewalk and street repairs to 100,000?
Yes, at this time.
Is this in hopes the American Relief Fund should be able to fulfill the other 300,000 that we need to put in there?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I missed it.
I said the sidewalks and street repairs, there's 100,000 right now. Is the reason why it got left alone and not increased to 300,000 because we're hoping the funds from the American Relief Fund could be utilized for that purpose.
No, I don't believe that's the case. No. That'll either have to come through the speed camera, or you can do you can either do speed camera, you can allocate it, or you can try. I mean, I won't be here, but Liz knows you can try CDBG, but your CDBG grant is only for like a small portion of the city on one side, and I think it's the Queenstown side. So I don't know. I know Mr. Kamali sent me the list, and I apologize, but I don't know if there are any streets and sidewalks on that side that are on that list to be repaired. If so, you could do those under CDBG. So I think that those are your three options.
Yeah, because on the last, yeah, thank you, Latasha. And
Okay.
thank you, Mr. Rowland. Yeah, because originally I requested for us to move the number up. This year, we only had $20,000 allocated. And if we continue putting low numbers on this line item, the streets are going to get back to like bad condition. And every year that passes, the material to fix the sidewalks and streets continue to increase, which means we actually get to less of them. So I definitely would like for us to either consider doing speed camera money in there, or, you know, or allocating more funds into it, because 100,000 only covers a small section. I know we've been doing multi-year, but definitely it's a lot less than we have been allocating for the past pre-COVID years.
I think I'm a little bit concerned, as the word I'll use, and that where are we, and this may be off the fence, where are we with our tree study report construction, with our sidewalks and all of that? Because some of that should be budgeted. Are you saying that you already included into this number here? Or are you just thinking strictly trees and tree maintenance?
She's talking sidewalks, different public works line item.
Yeah, but I thought we were saying that the $100,000 that's there is for tree maintenance.
I think
It didn't
you're
say
getting,
tree maintenance, and am I getting something mixed up?
yeah, so
Tree maintenance has 60,000 in it.
I said
Yeah.
6. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And then there's sidewalk and
it.
street repairs only has 100,000 is what Selena
I got
said.
it.
Yeah.
Selena, I'm back on page with you. Thank you. What's your pleasure, council? Selena suggesting 300,000, and the question not only is it the 300,000, but where's it going to come from?
this is Luke, Mayor.
You have the floor, Luke.
Thank you. Just to get back to the question, I just really appreciate folks increasing the tree commission's line item to 60,000 for maintenance and 5,000 for tree purchases. I think that's great, and I think we're all on board there. For sidewalks and street repairs, I know Selena's put on the agenda a potential budget amendment this year to use the speed camera funds that have gone unused this year to do street and sidewalk construction through this year's fiscal budget, which I think is a good idea, because then we don't have to worry about increasing this line item for next year, and we can use some of those unused funds from speed camera money revenue that's come in this fiscal year for streets and sidewalks this summer. And so I think that's the way that I'd like to go, and I think it was a good idea from Selena to do that.
Scott? I think Scott disappeared. His camera went absolutely dark. Brian?
I guess I want to have that conversation about using speed camera money instead of revenue to do the streets and sidewalks. So I'm going to say I would leave it at 100,000 for the moment.
Okay. Scott, can you get back in?
Yes. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I saw you go out. You went completely away.
Yeah, I was eating something and wanted to do that off camera for a moment. Although I see Luke just chowing down over there, I feel impolite if I'm eating on camera. I think I'm where Brian's at. I'm open to, we'll get to the budget amendment conversation when we get to it. In terms of changing this in the budget, I'm open to that. I would want to know where the money is going to come from. So I don't know if now is the time to have that conversation or if there's a proposal on the floor. I believe it was to come out of speed camera funds, but there are other things we can also spend speed camera funds on since they are restricted. The police department is asking for $140,000 for vehicles, for example, and the Green Team just said, we don't think you should move forward with electric vehicles like I've been advocating. I'm willing to listen to people who know more about it than I do, but that makes me want to spend speed camera money to pay for those vehicles, which are really expensive. I don't know if that leaves enough money to move those funds for streets and sidewalks. It could be that we can afford to pay for both. I just need to see the numbers before I can make a decision.
All right. Any other comments on this? Any guidance that we can get from city manager, police department, or the budget director? Oh, I will say, go ahead, Latasha.
I was just going to say, I think that, last year I had put in money for streets and sidewalk repair, and then you guys took it out. And I was saying I didn't think that was a great idea, but we're not going to talk about that. That's the past. But what I do want to say is I do believe that you need more than $100,000 because you did not have that money allocated in this budget. And there are several streets and sidewalks that need repair. But also, I think that one of the things that we have to take into account is this year, winter was very nice to us. I don't know when I say this year, meaning last year, 2020, because we're in 2021 now. 2020 winter was very nice to us. I don't know what this year holds for us. And if we have a bad snowstorm and we do the salt and all that, that's going to create potholes and you're going to have to fix those. So that's why I would say that you definitely need to put more money in this, but also we just purchased a property that has a parking lot that may or may not require some repair to the sidewalks in that area or the streets. That parking lot, I should say, because that is sidewalk and streets. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there just to kind of get that on your radar. because in this budget, we do have to, as I mentioned in the last session, you don't have a building maintenance fund. So, you have a new building now that is going to require some things. And yeah, you can get grants and all that great stuff. So I just wanted to throw that on your radar. You have a new building, you have a new parking lot that has sidewalks in it, but you also didn't do any sidewalk repair this fiscal year. So you kind of have to catch up. Because I know you guys have gotten all of the emails. There's several sidewalks where residents are complaining. There's some residents who are complaining about potholes that have been in front of their homes for X amount of years. I would suggest we cut other areas possibly to put money here.
I see your hand, Luke. And let me make this comment before we move forward, which I started to make. This is a public meeting, and I have checked everywhere I can possibly check that for public meeting, the constituents have a right to see us on camera. So if we could get our cameras on, I would appreciate it. Most of the municipalities around the county and the state require their councils and mayors to have their cameras on. If you're going to do a telephone call, we do a telephone call. But since we're doing Zoom meeting, to the extent that you can, will you please have your cameras on, especially mayor and council? I understood you to eat off camera, Scott. Please do if that make you feel more comfortable. But for the rest of us, all the rest of the time, please have our cameras on. That includes you, Mr. Rowland. Please. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Next item, please. I see your hand, Luke. Luke? You can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Sorry, you couldn't hear me. I wasn't unmuted. I was just going to ask 2 questions and then a comment for Latasha or maybe Chief. How much revenue did we get from speed cameras this fiscal year that we have not allocated to be spent this fiscal year? So not next year's budget that we're looking at, but this fiscal year, how much speed camera revenue do we have that is unappropriated to be spent?
Mr. Rawlins can answer that. And Mr. Rawlins, make sure you give him the amount that has been collected.
Yes.
There's 2 different numbers. One,
Yes.
to me, one is obsolete. We want to know what money is in the bank.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the one that's, and as up to actually, they pay us on the 1st and the 15th of the month. So where we are right now is $199,364. And that's in our financial report.
Great. So that's $200K. Then my second question, do we know for sure that speed camera revenue can be used to fix our sidewalks?
Yes. It can be fixed for anything that's public safety.
Great.
Absolutely.
So I want to go back to Selena's original proposal because I think it solves some problems here. So we have $200,000 in speed camera revenue that has not been allocated to be spent in this year's budget. Ignore what's on the screen in front of you. So Selena's proposal later in the work session is to do a budget amendment to take that $200,000 if we wanted to, apply it to streets and sidewalks this fiscal year so that the things that need to get fixed can get fixed this summer, and we do not have to worry about finding revenue and increasing this line item for next fiscal year. And so I think that's a good proposal from Selena. It's smart, and I just want to throw that out there for folks' consideration. If I'm missing something, Latasha, please correct me.
Yes, I think you are missing something.
You did.
Streets and sidewalks are not as cheap. This $100,000 may get you 1 block. And the emails, again, I don't have a dog in this fight. We all know my time is very limited, but the emails are getting crazy. There are so many people who are upset and complaining that there's sidewalks, there's trip hazards, there's potholes.
Okay, Latasha.
Even the $200,000, right? If we take that and we begin to do those repairs, right? That's not going to fix everything that's wrong.
No.
And don't forget, we still have that, based on the tool design study, we still have those streets. And the list that I sent you that you requested, that still have to be done. This $100,000 isn't even going to nip that in the bud. And I think that, again, as much as we allocate money for trees We allocate money for green team, for recreation. All of those things are wonderful. But what about your streets and your sidewalks? If you have nothing to drive on, we can go to Perry Street right outside of City Hall.
I'm not going to debate my city manager right now. That's why I'm proposing we spend $300,000 on streets and sidewalks. I'm fine if we want to do more there, but I'm not going to get a debate. I understand how important streets and sidewalks are. I understand that survey very clear. But
I guess I'm trying to say 300,000 isn't enough.
I understand.
Let me stop the debate for 1 minute. Let's stay focused on where we are. We're not talking about fixing the streets and sidewalks now, whatever. So Lena's proposal, as I heard it, was to have 300,000 added to this budget. We're talking about putting 200,000 of the money out of speed camera to this year, get them done. Then that 100,000 would be okay for now. Let's keep it clear. We want to do the 300,000 into the 2022 budget by doing streets and sidewalks next year? Or are we talking about a different thing, Luke, by doing amendment to the current budget and use the money in the public safety from the speed cameras to do streets and sidewalks now under the 2021 budget?
Yeah, I'm fine to have conversations about going up in sidewalks next year's budget, according to Selena's proposal. But what I'm saying is that we don't, and everything Latasha said is right and true. Like, there are problems and we want to fix that. I just didn't want it to appear that I don't understand that or I don't want to get that done. All I'm trying to say is we can hit 200,000 of that in a budget amendment so that we don't have to put all the pressure on next year's budget. Okay. That's all I'm trying to say. So now, if we know we can do $200,000 this year in a budget amendment, that takes pressure off of next year. So if the idea is, so what Latasha said is like get extra 300,000, 400. Well, if we get an extra 200 in this year budget, then the delta lowers. And so when we're working this budget here for next year, you can do other things that I think folks want to do, like a tax cut. If we do all the extra 300,000 to get us to the 400,000 that Kamali thinks we need in next year's budget, then your delta's 300 and you've got harder choices to make. But if we can do 200 in a budget amendment this year, your delta is now only 100. And so it gives you options and flexibilities.
The only person that has a fight in this at the moment that I have not heard from, or we haven't heard from, is the chief in terms of, I guess, the 200,000 and the speed camera money. Were there any things already thinking about, as you were moving forward with your speed cameras and the budget that you proposed to put here? Because I don't want to make this decision here and then get to the police budget and then have something else that doesn't have funding.
They were going to use that for, well, he wanted it for the basement because they still have to do the basement.
I thought that's what I heard earlier, but I want to be clear.
Yeah, because if you recall, the quotes for the basement came in all above $600,000. They only got a bond bill for $300,000.
Mm-hmm. So where does that leave us, folks?
Mayor, this is Scott. May I have the floor, please?
Scott, thank you so much for speaking up.
No problem. I may have misheard, but when I heard Councilmember Chesick restate Councilmember Benitez's proposal, I don't think that he said what she said.
I don't either.
But I could be wrong about that. So I can't answer a question unless I know what question is being asked. So I understand that later we're going to talk about whether or not to entertain Councilmember Benitez's proposal to do a budget amendment to use existing speed camera funds to amend this current fiscal year to pay for streets and sidewalks. Okay, I get that. It sounds like several of us support that. But the question before us now, if I'm understanding correctly, is whether or not to raise this $100,000 of the FY 2022 budget. And I understand that those two things are related because if we're going to do the budget amendment, it impacts whether or not we should raise this money. But based on what I'm hearing from the city manager, and I think from what I heard from Councilmember Benitez as well, it sounds like we need to do both. We need to figure out how to spend more money in FY 2022, and then we probably should spend those speed camera funds to do even more street and sidewalk repairs. But I do think that we need to handle those two questions separate. So I am in favor of raising this $100,000 line item substantially. So my question is, how, I guess to the city manager, other than speed camera funds, which it sounds like we're going to deplete by doing a budget amendment, where can that money come from? What are our options for how we can up this line item, whether we do the budget amendment later or not?
Well, as I said before, when Selena was speaking, Liz, I won't be here, but I did tell Liz that, she should focus the CDBG on that in those areas that we can use it in. So that will take off a little, but that's a small area. It's not, you can't use it in the entire city. But also you can allocate that in a budget. You can take some of it out of your contingency. And I'm not sure, Ray, what is the contingency at right now?
You're basically at 4.4 million for a total.
No, what's the contingency in the budget?
There's no contingency in the budget.
It's zeroed out?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say that doesn't sound right.
I'm thinking about the line. I'm thinking about the big one.
No.
Right now, with all these changes, I was going to get to the last change, because along with the changes I've told you, and also adding a director of code enforcement to balance the budget, the contingency now is at $37,668.
Okay, so that's a small option, but not a big option. I definitely would say you can go after grant funding, depending on what you get in through speed camera. But other than that, the only other way you would be able to do this, you have to cut some other line items. And that's just, I don't know what the American, I doubt that the stimulus money can be used for that, but I don't know.
Well, one of the things they've said repeatedly about the stimulus money is don't count those biddies right now.
Yeah.
Don't say how you're going to spend them in your budget, because they have not finished figuring out exactly what they're going to do and how they're going to get it to you. It's a multi-year budget for the stimulus. So you're not going to get $6 million in 1 year to do whatever it is you think you're going to do. So I wouldn't even plan on it. And we also know it's going to be limited in its use. Let me see if I can get us back on course really fast. The first item I'd like to be clear on is, do we wish to increase that line item from 100,000? If so, to what? If I heard Selena correctly, and Selena, please speak. I think she said she'd like to increase that to 300,000. Is that correct, Selena?
I am open to increase it more than 100,000, whether it's 200, 300,000, yes. And also pending on whether or not we approve the extra 100,000 to be moved in the budget amendment later today. Because as we remember, like the season for public works to be able to do sidewalks and street is right now spring and fall. So it's minimal before we hit the next winter. So that's the reason why I wanted, one, find out what the plan was for finance and city manager and us collectively. And two, be able to allocate some of those funds to be able to get the help that's needed.
All right, let me go to Brian.
So where's the money going to come from, Selena? You're proposing this. Did you find $200,000?
So I originally, like 100,000 will be from the speed cameras, right? And that's the reason why I decided to move it just to a budget amendment to make sure it passed on this year. So construction could start going on this year. The other one, I'm open to like review, we could put it aside and then clean up the budget to figure out where we get it from. But ultimately, the way I see it is like, we might need to start putting more than 100,000, even if we have to come back for a budget review, before the quarter finishes and we get more,
You're muted, Selena.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. I apologize. Anytime the phone rings, everything shuts down. So I would like to take it as two different things. One, if we approve the one for today at 100,000, then I don't need 300,000 on this one. I might need a little bit lower. That's what I wanted to find out what the plan was, because originally I requested it last time around so I could have options when I came to this meeting.
I think you still. I'm sorry.
Question.
Let Brian, were you finished?
No, so you didn't answer my question. You want to add money to next year's budget, but where are we going to find it?
Brian, what I said to you is like, that's why I requested it last time for the finance and the city manager to come with a proposal where this money could come from. That's why I was surprised that there was no movement and no recommendation from them.
Okay.
Right? Because they know the budget, like, and down to like where they fluffed it a little more than others and where might need it more than others. That's why I'm not trying to I could go through every single line item and find money, but that's what I wanted to be done prior to this meeting so that we have more information in front of us.
Are you finished, Brian?
Yeah.
Luke?
All right, sorry guys, just a couple more questions. And Latasha, sorry for getting frustrated earlier. It's just that sidewalks have been a passion of mine. So I took it a little offense there, but that's my fault, and I'm sorry about that. I have a question on the $200,000 we have collected this year for speed cameras. Is that money appropriated for the basement construction this fiscal year?
I don't think it's not appropriated for anything.
Nothing is appropriate.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
Because I don't even think it was in. Is there speed camera in this last year budget?
Latasha, let me ask you to stop. No, it was not appropriated. We just got clearance to do the speed camera less than X months ago. And what was the beginning of this year, late last year? August. Okay. So we are just getting the money. So no, it was not appropriated for anything. We were amazed at the amount that we have collected just a few months ago. So now that we're here, what I think I heard Chief say even at the last meeting is it gives us a basis to predict what will come in over the next fiscal year. And if that indicator is we got 100,000 in the past 6 months, then in the next 6 months, we're going to get maybe 200, 300,000, because hopefully people will be coming back to the roads, considering that the 100,000 was gathered during COVID. I see your hand, Mr. Rollins, so just give me a minute.
I need to finish my questions. Okay.
You do have $200,000 in the speed camera line item in the adopted FY21 budget.
Yep.
Yes, we do. Okay, so finish your question, Luke.
Thank you. So my question is that $200,000, has Chief been like, oh, I can use that money for the basement? Like, is that, I didn't understand the connection between the speed camera revenue from this fiscal year, not the one that we're looking at, and whether somebody's tagged that for use elsewhere.
The answer is no, they haven't.
Okay. Were they planning to use it elsewhere?
Let's say it differently. We have started trying to renovate that basement now for the past 3 years. One of the directives given to the former chief was to get the basement done. There were funds I thought that were allocated for completing the basement. It just never got done. Now, where was that money? Where's that money now? Beyond me.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand if there's competition. If we do a budget amendment for the $200,000, is there competition for that to be spent on something else besides
on the basement? Yes, on the basement at police station.
To answer your question, I'm sorry, Mayor.
You have the floor, Latasha.
To answer your question, yes, Chief would like to use that money to buy cars. He want to use it for the basement. He got uses for the money.
Yeah, I got you.
So yes, if I ask Chief right now, here's a check for $200,000, he can give me a list of what he wants to use.
I got you. I got you.
He may be giving me the side eye because I'm arguing for sidewalks.
I got you. And then my second question for Ray is, I thought I saw an email that there might be an opportunity to raise the revenue line item for property tax, that we thought we had some room to wiggle there. And my expectation was to use that for a tax cut. Am I missing that? Was there an opportunity to raise a revenue projection?
No. The email was saying to cut the tax, because you guys asked about cutting taxes 1%.
No, we definitely want to cut it. But was there a discussion about the potential to offset that, because there was what we put in for projected revenue and property tax was lower than what we actually were expecting to get? Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Based on, and this is something that a couple of meetings ago that Councilman Nicola had brought up, that based on the assessments from the state, we're looking, I calculated and looking at is around in the area of about $4.7 million. Now, in that, I got conservative because in the budget is $4,490,000, just to take in consideration of any credits or whatnot do we have to do with residents. There's been activity of properties that are vacant that's, are being charged at $2.50. Now they're actually being occupied, and those residents, they come back and say, well, look, you can't keep charging that amount. So there is some wiggle room in that. But, I just wanted to be conservative on that in terms of the tax revenue.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So, Luke, where do you want to go with that? And I'm going to make one more statement before we move. For the record, please, it's Council Member Nedler as opposed to Needler. I've seen him winch 3 times. And so if you can just say Nedler, I think he would probably feel really, really good about it. So just think Nedler, not Needler. Okay? Then I'll go to Mr. Needler.
So what I was
Talk about that.
What I was going to say is, if you can get in a budget amendment, so I think you have to look at it holistically, because if you can get $100,000 for streets and sidewalks in a budget amendment, we've already got $100,000 in here. That's $200,000. So you're halfway to Mr. Kamali. What you could do is you could say, that's good, and we can revisit a budget amendment mid-year. You could say, to Selena's suggestion, let's up it another $100,000. And if you wanted to do that, I think we have to have that discussion in the context of other big ticket items like a tax cut or raising the projected revenue based on what Ray just told us. So I think you really do have to look at it holistically, because there's many different ways you can get to the $400,000 that Kamali's requesting, or we're short and we just might have to revisit that in a budget amendment next year.
Mr. Luke, you didn't help me get to where I want to go. We all know we can do either or. I need some specifics now. So here's the question I need council to answer for me. All of you. Are you all of you in favor of adding $100,000 to this budget, regardless of the $200,000 that you're going to reappropriate? May I see a show of hands? 1. I don't see yours, Luke.
Well, I need to look at how much we're going to cut taxes and how much that's going to affect our revenue. Like, I can't make that call unless I know what the answer is.
So in your case, you're not in favor of adding $100,000. Selena, yeah, I'm coming to you right now. Selena, tell me where you are.
I'll tell you where I'm at. I would like for us to add it to the list where we add the recreation committee, so that way once we have the other questions answered, we could revisit to see if that's a possibility. But I want to make sure that put it on the floor so that we have a plan. That way, if we decide later on to do a budget amendment, depending on more revenue of the speed come through, that's the solution. But for right now, I would say put it in the list and let's revisit once we get the other questions answered, so we figure out if there's room for us to even up it and for how much when it comes to this budget. So we can move on.
All right, thank you. Now let me go to Scott.
Yes.
Yes, to add the $100,000 now, and let's move this. I'll put it on the list. I don't know what the yes is to.
I'm trying to be brief, Mayor, trying to make it easy.
You're doing really well for me, but you got to give me just a little bit more.
Yeah. Yes, I'm willing to up this line item, but of course, with the obvious caveat that we don't know where the money is coming from.
Very good.
I understand real quickly, Mayor. I'm sorry. I understand what Luke was getting at. Finance Director Rollins was very conservative with the projection for what we're going to get in tax revenue. So we may not even need to do a budget amendment later to be able to cover that $200,000. So I think we just need to figure out how conservative he was with those projections so that we have a clearer idea of how much revenue we're actually going to have. I hope that makes sense.
It makes a lot.
Yep.
It makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't get us forward on this budget. So I would be in support of putting 100,000 here. I'm also I hear Selena, which is another path I could take, which is to put this on the discussion list with the 7.5 for the Recreation Committee, and then see what we're going to do with it. But here's my question that's bothering me with both of those. When are we going to have another meeting to deal with this? At the end of this meeting? Next month? What's the plan?
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Lena. So the way I see it is like at the end of I think the finance director, Mr. Rowland, is finalizing what he needs to read through, and then he could potentially give us an answer. So I'm not seeing this passing too further away from tonight, or so I would like to have an answer ideally by tonight if possible.
That's my hope too, Selena. We're on the same page. If there's some way to look at that and give you an answer to whatever it is you need the answer to, because as far as I am concerned, looking at the budget, even thinking that Mr. Rollins had given us a conservative budget. Even with the conservative budget, you add the 100,000 there, you make a decision about the 7.5. I split the baby, give them 3.5, and move through with this budget. Let's get it moving, because you can always make the adjustments. And I'll say it out loud again. Even though we don't know where the $6 million is going to go, you're going to get a portion of that $6 million over the next 3 years. So you will be able to make that. You're going to have to make budget amendments, adjustments anyway. That's just going to have to happen. Hello? Is everybody gone?
We're here.
I'm on the same.
I'm here.
Same page.
Believe it or not, all of you all just faded away from my computer. I'm on it, but I can't. There you are. You're coming back now. Okay, so how do you want to proceed with this?
Mayor, you've got
Brian.
You've got 3 votes to add the 100,000. We should just move on. We'll have
Let's
to figure
add the 100,000 and move on.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out where. Yep.
Thank you. Let's do that and move. Because otherwise, we're going to go around this one. We're never going to get finished with this budget tonight. Next item, Mr. Rollins. What we just decided is you have 3 votes to add the 100,000 to the budget, to that line item. Latasha, Mr. Rollins?
Yes.
All right, tell us where we are with the next item, please.
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement. We're ready.
Latasha?
I think you all are losing your internet connection, because I'm seeing that exclamation point that says there's no connection.
Uh-oh.
What, Mr. Rollins, before we go to code, on the police budget, what did we do with the vehicle expenditure for police?
Which one? There was only one they had, but
There was only one item, yes.
that was the dispatch.
That's right.
So did you reduce the cost for vehicle purchases, or did you keep it the same as we discussed last time?
Yeah, I kept it the same. I didn't touch that because I guess
it was not a question last time.
Yeah.
So when we sent the notes afterwards, we talked about that as a possible cut. So if we want to know where to find that 100,000 from, I think the police vehicle one is a place to find it. And I don't know, we had questions following that for police about the cost of leasing versus the cost of purchasing. I highlighted those as asks. I don't know if we ever got that information back.
You asked, Chief has some numbers. You asked about electric vehicles.
Yep, and the cost of leasing versus purchasing.
I don't recall the versus purchasing, but I definitely.
I wasn't given that information. I didn't get the email regarding leasing versus purchasing, but I did check into hybrid versus all gas, and it's about a $3,000 per vehicle increase for hybrid versus gas only.
That's about right.
And could we go down to that line item and see what that cost is for that line item for vehicle purchase? I think that's public works. I don't think that's police.
Yeah.
There we are.
There we are. And how many vehicles was this to purchase again? The 139,000?
I believe there's 3.
3 vehicles.
right?
Yes. That's correct.
So 3,000 each. That's 9,000. That would get you up to, we'll just call it 150. That'll be a $9,000 increase. Okay. Or we could just purchase one hybrid. So is it fair to do 139.5 divided by 3 as the cost per vehicle?
Yes, that's fair. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's about 46,333 per vehicle. That includes the purchase of the vehicle and the install of emergency equipment.
Okay. So we can call it an even 50K for the purchase of a hybrid?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So that's one way, Mayor and Council, where you might get some of your money for streets and sidewalks. I'm just throwing that out there.
This is Brian. Chief, were you intending to use speed camera money to purchase those vehicles?
We were looking at what we'd have left for FY22. So we hadn't anticipated. I think we have 500,000 that we're looking at bringing in for FY22. So,
and you wanted to fix the basement with like 300,000 of that.
yes, and we just want to, because we're not sure what that's going to cost as far as that basement, but
isn't the basement?
May I ask you to stop for 1 minute? We knew what the basement was going to cost at least 2 years ago, add 10-20%. When we authorized Morgan to do that basement, we had a number and we gave a number we got estimates on what that was going to cost. Are those estimates now no good? Is that what I'm hearing?
it looks like the RFP we put out came in pretty high, as Latasha said, for in excess of 600,000, and we may have to put this back out. I'll defer to Mr. Kamali for that. He handles the facilities. But to answer Brian's question, definitely we were looking at speed camera money to fund these vehicles for purchase for that fleet of 3.
Okay, but I think I was a little bit past that. You said yes to that earlier, but then you said that you all weren't sure what it's going to cost to do that basement. And I'm saying, didn't we have a RFP estimate, whatever it is, on what that cost was? So even if we decide we're going to use speed camera money, if we're going to allocate it from the budget, we already had made that decision. And I thought we had even authorized the proceeding to proceed with getting it done. That's why it's half done down there now, right?
May I?
Yes, help me out, Latasha, because I'm totally confused.
Okay, let's just call a spade a spade.
Let's tell me the numbers and be real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna tell you what happened. prior to my arrival, they had begun, I guess, former chief, former city manager, whoever, I don't know. They had engaged a couple of contractors to do the work. One of the contractors pretty much bailed, yes, and did some things incorrect. So at this point, now, you have to do the corrections, correct the work that was not done accurately, because I don't know that they put out an RFP the first time. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that they got people who they knew. I don't know, but I don't believe an RFP was put out because I had them put out an RFP. And that's when we came back with those 3 that were above $600,000.
So the other money that we allocated and got spent and paid out did not get us a completed basement.
Correct.
Because 2 years ago, I know we authorized the money for finishing the basement. And the basement is still in front of me. And now we're hearing instead of 300,000, 600,000. And I'm hearing 300,000 in the bond grant, whatever, and another 300,000 from the speed camera. There's no money left to do street and curbs and sidewalks. If I'm hearing correctly, and I could be not hearing.
Mayor, this is Scott. You don't gaslight yourself, Mayor. You remember correctly. I remember those chain of events exactly the way that you do. The reason I remember it so vividly is because it's the first budget amendment that ever happened while I was a councilor.
Damn.
That's why I remember it. So I was actually quite surprised when I came back from being out of town last summer to see that the basement hadn't been, like the way it was presented to us, it was going to be done by then. And then I saw it and it hadn't even been touched. May I ask another question, Mayor? I hate to get us strayed even farther off the track, but while I have the mic.
You have the floor.
To Latasha or Director Rollins. By the way, we corrected him earlier and someone keeps saying his name wrong. His name is Ray Rollins. Just throwing that out.
I said Ray because I couldn't get to Rollins. Thank you.
Yeah, you said it right, Mayor. What is the 406,500 capital projects under the police budget? I don't remember what this is. It's right below don't scroll down, go back. It's right under the police car purchases for 139, 500,000.
That includes the
39,500.
That includes the 300. Yeah, includes the $300,000 bond bill that we just received. So that was one of the changes.
So the 406,500 is 300,000 that we received in a grant or a bond bill, plus another 106,500. Yeah,
it was originally 106,500. And then afterwards, the $300,000 after our meeting, their chief was awarded with the bond bill, which is still, I think, all related to the basement. That's right, correct, Chief?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you for explaining that to me. I'm confused then why the line item is the amount it is. If it's going to cost $600,000 to do the basement, how did we get to 406,500? You're on
Latasha.
mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what Chief was saying. We want to put it, well, I won't be here, but he wants to put it back out to see if we can get lower bids because I think only 2 people responded. So we wanted to put it back out again to see if we can get more responses and get some more or some lower bids, so to speak, in a better place. If that makes sense.
So what's the pleasure of the council on this? We brought it up. It's on the table. What's your pleasure in terms of the action you wish to take?
Mayor?
Yes, Casalina.
Quick question, maybe to you, the chief or Latasha, who will answer it. Are we thinking about doing the basement in multi-year, like 300,000 this upcoming year, and the money for next one, or what is the plan? Because I definitely will be able to answer a few of my questions.
No, Chief, we want to get it done in this FY22. So that's why, again, we're hoping put it out for bid again, and you get the bids, and the bids is within that 406. Or if it's a little over, when I say a little over, meaning like a couple thousand, a few thousand, then you guys could do a budget amendment or what have you. But we want to put it back out because we believe that it can be done at a lower price. And the reason why, so let me give you background on why the bids came in so high. Because of the requirements, the insurance requirement, the companies that bid on it were very small companies. So the insurance requirement that Alyssa puts in is a nice insurance requirement. I'll just say that. So, and I think that those companies kind of got scared and was like, well, let me overbid this. So that's why, again, we need to put it back out because hopefully some larger companies will bid and they already have that insurance. And this is the same thing. Brian can tell you, this is the same thing, the issue that we talked about with Potts Hall. Some of them, we had concerns about the insurance requirements and the type of companies that would bid on it.
Selena, that didn't answer the question I thought I heard you ask. So I will answer the question from my vantage point. I would see it being multi-year if it's going to be 600,000, or even if we don't know what it's going to be, because we've already had multi-year work on this basement and we still don't have it finished. We moved the tank, whatever kind of tank it was, from the inside to the outside or from the outside to the inside. That was one of the things. Luke, you were here for that. And I thank you too, Selena, because there was some issue with the tank being here versus the tank being there. So that was 1 year we spent all the money to do X with. Then the following was we were going to finish the basement, which meant hulling it out, making it to some use so we could go forward. I don't know how we got ravished on that, but it didn't get done. So now we're looking at redoing, because I'm hearing that what was done was improper. That means now that has to be gutted and redone over. And if it's the same 300,000, add another 100,000 or 200,000 based on the bids that are going out there, then you cannot, at least I don't see us putting $1 million aside to do the basement all in this year. Unless I'm missing something. And that's a possibility. So if we're going to put 600,000 into this budget, or even getting it done at the 4, you're not going to probably get it all done in this year anyway. It's going to be this year and something in the next year coming up. So 2022 and 2023 should have some line item that has to do with the renovation of the basement, because we haven't talked furnishing, we haven't talked any of that kind of stuff. We're just talking about making the basement a usable space. Am I correct, Chief? Yes?
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. You are correct.
So even if you put more money into this line item or leave it as it is, I'm back to putting the 100,000 into the other line item, do the sidewalks and the curb, and then allocate for this line item over a multi-year period. So you keep everything on balance. That would be my take on it. Luke and Scott, you all need to have a take on it, because as it's been said, you all are going to have to implement this budget. And you need to know what this budget is going to do and what results you're going to expect out of it moving forward. Did you hear me, Luke?
I'll let everybody, I have I'm working on a holistic proposal that looks at everything we're talking about. So if you guys want to finish going through the stuff that everybody's talking about, I'll have a proposal on the table.
I would like to answer. This is Scott.
All right, Scott, that's right. I want you to definitely have a say in this.
Yes. Thank you for framing it for us, Mayor. You didn't think we were going to give you a smooth, easy final work session, did you?
No, of course not.
here's where I'm at, and I'm looking forward to hearing, what Luke is going to propose later and where Selena is. I'm just going to say where I'm at. I don't support the $139,500 for the vehicles at all. For me, that line item is zero. Sorry. And I think it's great that we brought in $300,000 to work on the basement. Great. Get your RFPs out there, spend the $300,000 and get what you can get done now. We can look at using speed camera funds later to finish it. So for me, the vehicle purchases is $0. The capital projects is 300,000, and the rest of the money goes to streets and sidewalks. I do not feel comfortable telling the residents of our city that we can't afford to do the necessary street and sidewalk repairs because we need pretty police cars and a remodeled police station basement. I would like to prioritize something that the whole public can use, not a handful of police officers. So that's where I'm at.
All right. Brian, you disappeared, so I don't know what you're going to say.
I'm still here.
Well,
I would say just leave this line item as is. The staff came up with that number. You're not really going to know until there's an RFP response, and that will be way after I'll be here. So I would just leave whatever they proposed or lower it a little bit. You can put it 300,000 if you want. That would give you 100 and some to do streets and sidewalks. But you're probably going to have to do a budget amendment next year once you know what the response is to the RFP. It hopefully will only be 400,000. But again, they're planning on using that grant, the 300,000. We know we have that for sure. So that's where I'm at.
all right, Luke, we're not going to procrastinate any longer. The floor is yours. Give us your proposal. Let's either vote it up, vote it out. Let's either accept it or reject it. Let's move.
Are there other items, though, that Latasha wanted to cover? I didn't want to start doing a proposal now when there are other things that Latasha or Ray wanted to cover. So I want to just see what those are first.
Ray, are you done or you have more?
The only thing is that's left was that it's around $17,000 of salaries in code enforcement that increase. And that's basically, we had a code officer position and we now reclassify that to the director of code and just added for the salary. And that's it.
All right. Does that then get us through the entire budget with the changes that are proposed?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Luke. You cannot go any longer. You must now reveal.
Okay. So the curveball of lowering the $406,000 for capital projects for the basement to $300,000, issuing the RFP. I think that's a good suggestion by Scott, and so I'm going to incorporate that a little bit. So here's the proposal. And first, Ray, correct me if I'm wrong here. You said earlier the single-family property tax revenue was projected to be 4.7, but we budgeted it at 4.3. Is that correct?
0.7 is all classes.
All classes is 4.7.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the total budget that's in here right now is 4.4.
The total budget is 4.4. Okay, that's great.
In terms of tax revenue.
In terms of tax revenue. Okay. So that makes it easy. So 4.8 and we budgeted 4.4. Okay. So my recommendation is to first look at the revenue side, because I think that helps think about this. This is going to get a little complicated, but hear me out, folks. The current single family property tax rate is 81 cents per $100. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So hear me out. Take the 4.4 and go up to 4.5 in projected revenue. Okay, that still leaves you a wiggle room of 300,000 for all the things Ray said he wanted wiggle room for, which I think is good. So now you've got 100,000 to play with. That's a glib term, so just bear with me. Scott's proposal, I think it was a good one. Minus 100,000 from the capital projects for the basement, use the bond bill, we can RFP that, and if we need to make a budget amendment, we can. So that gives us another 100,000. Okay, so now we're at $200,000 that we have to play with. Okay. A 1 cent tax cut per $100 for single family homeowners and townhomes equals about $40,000. It's a little less than that actually, but let's just call it $40,000. So we could lower the tax rate. My proposal is to lower the tax rate by 2 cents per $100 to get us down to 79 cents per $100, which is where it was in 2009, I believe, before there was a tax hike. So that would get us, so that's $80,000 in cost, right? By cutting the rate by 2 cents, 40,000 each cents, that's $80,000 in cost. So now you only have left $120,000 to play with. Okay, keep following me. $120,000 left to play with. Okay. Cut from the police vehicle budget $90,000. That would enable you to purchase one hybrid vehicle, which is what the green team recommended we do to start getting us there. But it cuts out a lot of that. It doesn't zero it out like Scott, I know your proposal, but it does cut a lot and does save $90,000. That gets us back up to $210,000 to play with. Then you got 200 grand for your sidewalks. You got your 7K for your rec committee, and you got 3,000 left over in the wash. You can do the 100,000 proposal later for the budget amendment for this year, and you're giving Public Works the 400 grand they need for sidewalks, and you're giving the residents of Mount Rainier a tax cut. That's my proposal.
You have heard Scott's proposal. What's the pleasure of the body?
Luke's proposal.
I meant Luke's. Please forgive me. I don't want to give you credit, Scott, for Luke's proposal. I'm going to start with you, Brian.
It sounds good. I, of course, am a little nervous about raising the revenue we're expecting, but it's not going to be a problem that I'll have to vote on for a budget amendment if it doesn't come in that way. You're all going to have to cut whatever you're going to have to cut. But it seems reasonable if the estimate was 4.7 and we're only at 4.4. That seems reasonable to me, and it does take care of all the other problems. So Luke's good work. I would definitely support one hybrid just to get us started.
You can make the world a brighter place for yourself and others.
So parking enforcement could use it, or so. I don't know. Leave it up to y'all. So I can support that as long as staff doesn't have any landmines in there that Luke hadn't thought of.
All right, let me go to you, Scott.
You guys have probably noticed that there's nothing conservative about me, except the way that I budget. So I feel a little bit uneasy about changing that revenue number. I don't think that Director Rollins, somebody needs to go on mute. I don't think that, I think it might be Paulson, but I can't tell. No, it's not.
Excuse me, Scott, for 1 minute. Would everybody please mute their phones, their computers, or whatever? Please mute yourself. All right, I don't know who's controlling the meeting. Are you controlling the meeting, John? Please mute everybody. Thank you so much. Back to you, Scott.
Yeah, no problem. Luke, thank you for your creative accounting, and everything you described makes sense. I feel a little bit uneasy about changing that revenue number. I understand that Director Rollins budgeted our tax revenue conservatively, but he didn't do that for no reason. He did it because that he's an expert in this area, and he thought that was the way to do the budget. It wasn't just for fun. So I think we should keep the revenue number the way where it is. I can be persuaded to go with the hybrid vehicle, but my position, were it up to me alone, the vehicle purchases would be $0 for this year. And the remaining money, Luke, so a little bit less than what you're saying, would go towards streets and sidewalks. I can probably get to a yes on your plan, Luke, but even if I can't, you'll have 3 votes, it sounds like, anyway.
Selena?
Definitely thank you for putting into work everything that was requested. I think that the other thing we need to take in consideration is, like, if our budget does increase a number, the money that we get for camera speed it also increases. So that's also to take into account, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, on that. So some of the revenue that we get, if our budget is higher, is more revenue that comes in that gets to stay in the city of Rainier. The other thing is like there's other legislation we're looking into. Actually, I was in a meeting today, and we might be able to put other cameras that some of the residents have suggested. Actually, I had it to text Chief right now because we had a car going over God knows what miles per hour just on 37th Street and scare all the parents around. And it was bad. But either way, I would say that I'm comfortable with it. I would like for the finance director and Latasha to look at it. When I spoke to the finance director, he said he had left some wiggle room that he still felt comfortable. And so I definitely need to hear from him. But I think definitely this will put us in the track that we need to. And I'm hoping within the next, 5 to 8 weeks, we have an answer when it comes to it. My question to Chief will be, when it comes to the current 2 police vehicles that they're not going to get, is this something that they urgently need right now, or would it last for 1 more year? Because the last thing I need is for us to say we only need 1 vehicle and they need more than that. So I definitely do have the question for Chief.
Yeah, Selena, thank you for that. And for that vehicle that you just texted me about, we definitely, we just had a police officer pull over that speeding white truck. So we did take care of that. So thank you for alerting us to that speeding vehicle so quickly. That just lets you know that incident alone, we need police vehicles. Our roving patrol throughout our community, that's what's going to help us to deter crime and criminal activity in this city. We're not riding around just looking pretty in our police vehicles. We actually have vehicles that we do a lot to keep them maintained, to keep them safe. Clearly, I have managed forces of vehicles for quite a few years, and I would rather have a fleet that's safe for our officers to patrol our community than to go without and wait until I have so many that are broken down and wondering how we're going to get them to the shop. And now it takes about 120 days to purchase a new vehicle once we order it. So I'd rather be ahead of the game and making sure that we have a constant patrol throughout a community. Once you've been in the shoes of actually seeing what a community needs and how to effectively patrol it, you won't be able to see what we really face every day. I mean, it sounds good to be against it, but clearly the reality is that we need police vehicles. I've researched the hybrid vehicles. I wish we could have the electric vehicles right now. But as we talked about before, the infrastructure to support electric vehicles at this time is not here. The size for the ones that we know Hyattsville has is a hatchback, and I just can't. We can't transport prisoners in a hatchback. They just wouldn't fit in a hatchback vehicle. So Hyattsville does not, as the Green Team said, they don't use that vehicle for regular patrol. That's just where their IT guy uses that to go from home to work. But I'm open for any other decisions. We need all 3 vehicles. Willing to make one a hybrid and the other 2 gas. And then next year we'll review looking at more hybrid vehicles. And then also we're looking to have even more speed camera revenue coming in. As Selena mentioned, House Bill 619 passed. Prince George's County Council was meeting today. We'll be able to now put speed cameras in what we consider to be neighborhood safe zones. So we have quite a few options that we'll be able to utilize for public safety. Also, one of the things I'm looking at is purchasing more less lethal weapons for our police officers. So we had to look at the bigger picture of this, but it starts with effective patrol using police vehicles for our community. And that's all I have to say on that.
Did I give each of the councilors opportunity to speak? I believe
Yes,
I
but
did.
you did.
I'm going to speak before you do, Scott. I just want to make sure everybody at least had an opportunity to speak one time around. I'm going to simply say, as a parting gift, a conversation, police vehicles in this city are important. But we also must remember we're not talking 2 square miles, 5 square miles. We're talking a very small distance around this city, no matter how many times you circle it. When we started working on cars, or fleets, as I've been told to call them, over the few years back, our cars were 5, 10, 12 years old, 200,000 miles, 300,000 miles, etc. I don't believe anyone is saying, let's go back to those days. I've also said over the last few weeks and Sundays, we need to start thinking about moving away from the gas and fossil fuels. Thank God for the Green Team proposal, but it was nothing new. It's something we've been working on for years. There are municipalities throughout this country that have all electric fleets, and they work, and they've reduced their footprint. And I think somewhere, and I don't know where the resolution is, I don't know what year to tell you to start looking, but there's a resolution on our books, which we haven't done a good job of keeping up. We were to change cars or add out the fleet 2 cars every year, so we'd never be back in the position of having so old of car, so many miles, that it just costs more to repair it than it was to just buy a new one. I think as this council moves forward and start thinking about fleets and keeping them up to date or graded, that you need to find that resolution to see that we are in compliance with our own laws and regulations. To not buy any cars in a year is not good business practice that I've seen over the last since 1987. So I know we need to rethink that or look at it. Should you completely remove the purchase of any vehicles this year? That's a choice you all get to make. I don't think I'm going to support not having, and it doesn't even have to be an electric or a hybrid, but you need to keep your fleet up to date. And trading out 1 or 2 cars a year is imperative almost, just so that your cars stay in good condition. The last piece I'm going to add to that is a number of your cars get excess miles on them simply because they are take-home vehicles. And the number of miles put on them going and coming ages the car considerably. And so to go a year without purchasing cars, you're not doing yourself a service. You're doing the city a disservice. So I think you need to rethink that. If the hang-up is on whether you buy electric cars, hybrid cars, as opposed to no cars, you should buy some cars, even if it's only 2. That's just good municipal sense in terms of keeping your fleet up to date and usable. So having said that, I am opposed to zeroing out that line item for new purchase of vehicles completely. You need to buy a car or 2 cars. Chief did mention, and take it to heart, buying a car today or tomorrow, you don't have that car in service for at least the next 6 months, because it takes almost 120 to 130 days to get the car, get it, what all that stuff is they put on it, and get it on the street. So you're talking easily 130 days before you have a car in place. What if another one break down? And we've had a number of vehicles taken out of place, out of office, out of service because of accidents. I'm talking about having a car wreck or whatever we've had the last year. I think you need to rethink zeroing that line item. That's my 2 cents. I hope it's valuable enough to consider. So what do you want to do with that line item with the 3 cars?
May I respond?
Proposal was.
Please respond. And if everything I say is going to require a response, I'm going to be quiet. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, let's be clear about, I've been accused of grandstanding in the past, so I try to be brief when I talk in these meetings, but maybe I'll stop doing that. I'm not suggesting we never buy any police cars ever again. I'm suggesting we zero out this line item. Chief Alston just talked about the fact that finally Prince George's County might get treated the same way Montgomery County is, which means we can put cameras up wherever we want if they're called neighborhood safe zones. Well, Chief, in fact, that's an argument against spending money now because we're probably going to have even more camera revenue next year to spend. We're going to bring in $500,000 in speed camera revenue during this fiscal year. That's plenty of money to buy vehicles. What I'm trying to do is get the budget that's in front of us balanced and to take care of something that we all say is a priority. which is our streets and sidewalks. As Mayor Miles rightfully pointed out, our police officers are allowed to drive their cars home 30 miles each direction. If you do the math, 30 miles both ways, 5 days a week times 52 weeks a year is 15,600 miles a year. So just driving to and from work is putting a year's worth of miles on every single one of our police cars, basically. So what I'm saying is, no one's saying like, never buy any police cars again. But Chief Alston, I'm assuming you don't have any officers that are without vehicles today. Is that correct? I know that it is. So if they have to wait an extra 6 or 12 months to get new vehicles, I personally am okay with that. Now, I understand if I'm going to get voted down 4-1 for zeroing out this line item, but that's where I'm at. And it's okay if you disagree with that. But in my opinion, we can't afford to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on police cars in this budget. When our camera revenue starts rolling in, as the rest of the year unfolds, we'll have some money to spend on those cars. That's what that money is supposed to be for, public health and safety. So I'm at 0. It's okay if you guys aren't, but that's where I'm at.
Thank you so very much. And I don't want to do a rebuttal at all. I believe that each of us have stated our position. So if there are three persons or 4 interested in keeping at least a car in that line item, let's do it now so we can move to the next one.
So, Mayor, the proposal I put on the table would be to have 1 car in the line item. It would be for a hybrid car purchase at $50,000.
And I would support that. Anyone else? Brian, I think you supported it earlier. Selena, where are you?
Yeah, I'm not in support of zeroing out the line item. They need these vehicles. And if there's a way for us to at least find 2, I take your recommendation on this item very highly, Mayor, because the last thing we need is to have like officers without the capability to patrol. So I definitely would like for us to consider 2 at the minimum, even if it's 1 and 1, but that's where I'm at, but for sure not zeroing it out.
Thank you so much. Brian, are you still at the 1? Luke is at the 1. Selena, I love the idea of 1 hybrid and 1 regular, but I could live with 1. So that would give us 3 for at least getting 1 in the budget.
Yeah, I'm for the 1 hybrid, but I also agree with Scott. You're probably going to get more speed camera money, although you all seem like you want to spend that speed camera money on other things. But I'll leave that problem down the road. But if you should probably buy another couple cars next year with a budget amendment.
All right. So right now, with the 3 votes for practically, we're leaving 1 car into that line item budget. What's the next item that we need to agree to in your proposal, Luke?
The next line item.
I'm sorry. I know what it was. To reduce the taxes from 81 to 79. Are we all in agreement on that? I see Selena with a yes.
Quick
Since
question.
you proposed it, Luke, I'm going to make you a 2. Selena has a question.
Luke, can you please specify which taxes? Because I don't want straight through, or which ones? Because I want to make sure we're specific so there's no confusion.
So it's a little you're kind of backwards engineering it. So Ray is going to have to double check these numbers and how these work out in the wash, because the projection was 4.8 in revenue, right?
Luke,
sorry.
I just needed you to say homes, townhomes, retail.
Yeah, it's just single family homes and townhomes that would go from 81 to 79 cents per $100 of assessed value.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's what she was asking. Thank you, Selena, for keeping it clear. Scott, did you have something to say about the 81 to 79? And the same question to you, Brian.
I'm very much open to this, but why does it not include townhouses as well?
It does.
You did include townhouses.
Okay, so it's 2 categories that we're changing then: residential single family homes and townhouses. Those are separate categories.
But that's what yes.
I thought I just heard someone say we were only changing 1.
No, 2.
Okay. Well, that's definitely what I heard, but thank you. I'm definitely open to that. Yes. I
All
appreciate
right.
you doing it, Luke.
Brian?
I would love to get as my last budget back to 79 cents. That's an incredible accomplishment, folks.
It sure is. It sure is.
Luke, you said that was 2009 when we were at 79?
Pre-housing crisis, before they raised property taxes. Yep.
Wow.
That 2008, 2007. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
When Selena and I came on board, it was at 83. You had just cut it by 3 cents, and then we've been cutting it ever since then. Except
We've
for
been trying to get that 1 cent down. Thank you so much. So we are all in agreement on that. Mr. Rollins, please give us a rate for 79.79.
And Mayor,
I got you, Luke. You got to let him, let's fit. Yeah, if we could get one thing off the plate before we add the next and we don't get them confused, that would help me a lot.
Okay.
Mr. Rollins.
So as for the billing, it is 4.7 at this point. If you go to 79 for residential, it'll be a $75,000 drop. And if you go to then the town homes, it'll be like just 1,000. So for a total of $76,000, you would drop in your billing. So you would get around to about $4.6 million.
Sounds about where we thought we'd be.
Right. So that's where you could be. If because of this proposal, you could up it $100,000, which would make it the budget would be $4,590,000.
Okay.
And just for you guys to know, at the end of March, you're at $4,480,000 with 3 months left already. So I would say with going into next year with the assessment going up, I don't see why you can't hit $4.5 million.
Okay. So the answer is yes. Give us the numbers. Make it happen. I think we're in agreement to reducing single-family homes and townhomes to 0.79.
Single-family home and townhomes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And everything stays the same. Okay.
And yes. All right. Luke, what was the third item? We've taken 2 off the table.
okay. The next one was putting 200 more thousand into the streets and sidewalks to get it to 300,000.
I have no problem with that. Let me start with Brian, go to Scott, then Selena.
I already said I support Luke's plan as long as
But I want it on the record so we can keep it moving and we don't have to come back.
unless Latasha or Mr. Rollins or somebody, Mr. Kamali's on the call, they have something that we haven't thought of. I'm okay with it.
All right, Scott.
I need to ask a question before I can answer.
Please do.
Luke, does your proposal include changing the capital outlay for the police department from 400,000 down, or are you keeping that the same? I can't remember.
Down to 300,000. That was your proposal. Yep.
Then yes, I support it. And then Mayor, when we're done, I just wanted to correct something that was said about the tax rates before we move on.
All right, you have the floor.
I wasn't sure if you had gone to everyone yet. Everything that Luke said was correct about the history of that, it getting cut from 86 to 83, and then we lowered it from 83 to 81. But that doesn't include apartments. And so as the only renter on this council, I just want to point out that the apartments are still at 86. And so it's wonderful that we're cutting taxes. We all want to do that, but there's not anything that we've done that provides any relief for renters. And we really, really, really need rent control in Mount Rainier. And I just wanted to state that publicly again, that I've been here for 2 years and we haven't made any progress on that, though we've heard talk about it. So it'd be nice if we could get some relief to renters as well, because we're also really struggling.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda for the proposal, Luke. Oh, Selena, I'm sorry. I didn't get you. I stated how I wanted it to go, and then I didn't do it. Thank you. You have the floor.
No, and I'm doing it for the record, like you stated, because definitely that was my proposal to up the line item.
Yes.
I would definitely say that we tried lowering the apartment tax, and we realized that the money was not being passed down to the renters. That's originally why we decided to split the categories into 5, because we realized that the rent continued going up on them, and there was no relief for them whatsoever. And if we're trying to do a relief, I would look forward to like maybe doing a credit that's specific for the renters rather than reducing the taxes for the multi-apartment, because it definitely did not work for us when we did it. So yes, 100% in support of cutting the taxes to 0.79 for the 2 items that we mentioned.
All right. Luke, do you need another bite at this apple since it was your proposal?
For the next thing that we have to change?
No. Are you okay with the 0.79? Since it's your proposal, the assumption is yes, you are.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I just need to hear you say that for the record. All right. Now let's go to item number 4.
It is reducing the capital outlay. It's Scott's proposal, reducing the capital outlay for the basement from 400 and whatever it was down to 300,000.
Okay.
Which matches the bond bill revenue we'll generate for that construction.
Well, Lena, you have the floor. Then I go to Scott, then to Brian.
Yes.
Excuse me. All right. Brian?
Chief, do we have to match that 300,000 or is that just 300,000 free and clear?
That's free and clear. There's no match.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm a yes.
All right. Scott?
Yes.
All right. I'm a yes. Let's keep it moving. What's the next item? Number 5.
It is increasing the recreation committee budget by $7,500.
All right. And that was explained and talked about. Beat to death. Let me go with Scott. Do you support the 7.5 for the recreation center? Scott?
I support the 7.5. I don't support it being added to that line item.
And you were very clear about that. I'll get to that part of the question next. May I go to you, Selena?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes, and I just want to make it clear, the Recreation Committee was asking for it to be a separate line item.
And thank you so much. And with Luke saying yes, we have support putting it in there. The question on the floor is, are we all in agreement of putting it in a separate line item? Thumb up, Luke. Head shaking, Scott. Thumb up, Scott. Thumb up, Brian. I can't see you, Selena, so you have to speak. Selena?
Yes, I apologize. The camera keeps going on and off. I'm not sure why.
All right, so that's yes. We're going to do a separate line item, and we're going to put in 7.5 million. Did I say 5 million? I meant 1,000. Let's don't get us 7.5 million. We'd have to take a loan out. Okay, 7.
What's the line item called?
Well, I was going to ask you that very question. What would you like to call it?
I don't care.
Recreation grants?
Recreation grants. I like that. However,
the Brian Nedler jump rope project.
I like hula hoops better.
There you go.
We can split it into 2. And Belinda Miles hula hoop.
Yes. No.
Excuse me. I'll work out the names, make it comparable to what it's going to do. So it's very clear that whenever somebody look at it or asked to get a grant from it, we know where it's coming from or whatever. But I need to ask this question, and I know I'm going to start a whole new dialogue. So was the 7.5 request for the grants or for the recreation committee? The question that I heard from Danielle was, if you leave it at the 10 and they give out the grants, you're going to have only a little bit left. So she needed to up the ante by 7.5 so they could do the grants and the other activities. She never said that I heard that she wanted 7.5 thousand for grants. So are we putting it and labeling it grants, or are we going to label that for the recreation committee and the 10,000 for the grants?
She just put in chat. She put into the chat grants.
All right, then it's grants. Thank you. I didn't hear that when it came to us. All right, what's item number 6, Luke?
So we already
did proposal.
Yeah, we already did the hybrid car. We already did the sidewalks increasing. Already did the tax cut. We did the reduction of the capital outlay for the basement. We did the rec committee. I think.
Is that it?
I think that's there, Mayor.
All right. If that's the case, then I think we pretty much have a budget adjustment. And I wonder how close to keeping that budget were we tonight as we have been doing in the past. So that if we look at the budget now, do we have a completed budget? Mr. Rollins, were you able to do that 0.79 as opposed to 0.81 to adjust that so that we could look at our revenue page and see that our revenue is going to be 4.5 in terms of the taxes? And then have we looked at the police department, the public works department, to make sure that we're going to have the funding in the line items that we just proposed the changes?
I gotta work on it.
How long do you need?
I'll work on it now.
All right. Are there other items we need to address in this while we wait for Mr. Rollins to give us a new budget outlay? We got the time? Are you working? Look like you looking over here. Are you working, Mr. Rollins? We kind of want to make sure we know what we're looking at before we adjourn and go to our next meeting.
I don't know if he's going to have it done that quick, Mayor.
Not that hard.
It's not until tomorrow.
Mayor, if I can make a suggestion, we can add this to the next work session if he needs more time. It's putting him on the spot to make him do it like right.
All right. I was hopeful, wishful thinking. I will not be at your next budget session. You'll have some new people there. That's why I was trying to push you through to get to where you need to be. But the next meeting of the mayor and council will be a legislative session on May 3rd.
Quick question, Mayor.
Yes, Selena.
I don't know how much time he needs, but can we either recess this meeting and go into the next one and ideally come back to it if he's ready for us to approve? Would that be enough?
Natasha is wiping her face. And Mr. Rollins is looking at us like, are you absolutely stone cold crazy? So the answer to that question is going to be, yeah, we can do anything, but is it feasible? And I would say at this moment, it's not feasible. No. So it would be time for us to say thank you all very much. We have thoroughly reviewed this budget. It is ready to move forward. And Mr. Rollins need the time at least tomorrow to get it done. What you do have as a possible option, if you want to move forward, is to call another special work session for the purpose of completing the budget. You got from now to May 3rd to do that, and you have no more time after that with the council you have, but you got from now to June 30 to pass a budget so that it goes in effect on July 1 of this year. So those are your options.
Mayor,
what's your pleasure, Luke? I see Luke here and Selena.
All right.
I would propose we have a work section next. Well, actually, it'd be nice to get this done before Latasha leaves. So if we could do this Thursday night, the 22nd, I think that would be good. And that would give us time to get notice out and get that work session done this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. Or even at 6 o'clock if people need to do it.
I cannot do 1, 2, 3. I cannot do the 22nd. I have a meeting at 7.
Then maybe the 23rd, the Friday.
I could do the 23rd. But Latasha says she can't do the 23rd.
Okay.
Scott is saying he can't do the 23rd. So here is the other option. You have a fourth Tuesday, which is the 27th. Is that a doable?
It's doable for me.
Good for me.
Selena?
That is doable. I would request if they could send us the information prior so that we
Can you just give me a yes for the 27th? All of us gonna want the information.
Yes. That's
So
right.
we all can do the 27th. So the next work session of the Mayor and Council will be held at 7 o'clock on the 23rd of April. We at that time should have received the document updates and changes from Mr. Rollins prior to the meeting, not an hour before the meeting, but at least by close of business on Friday, the 23rd. Would that work?
Yeah.
Latasha?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So that we have the weekend to review it and we have the 27th meeting to go final. Is that comfortable? Council? Yes. Luke, yes. Brian, yes. Selena, yes. Thank you so very much. That takes care of that. Mr. Rollins, yes.
Just one question. If I can get the synopsis that Luke had done again before, just to be on the same page, like you did last time.
Yeah.
May I suggest Luke is very good at that, and he'll be happy to provide.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Will do.
All right, thank you. May I get a motion to adjourn from the work session to go into the legislative session?
So moved.
Second.
May I get a second? It's been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor, let it be known by aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, we are now in the legislative session for the purpose of approving. Brian?
It's another work session. We have a regular work session now.
I didn't approve 2 work sessions, did we?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, then we're into the next work session. The last one was a budget work session. Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
So,
and the agenda has already been approved. So thank you. The first item then on the work session now will be variance presentation for 3405 Newton Street.
okay, so the design review board has met with the owner, the architect, and the attorney several times. You have the recommendation from the design review board. They worked very hard, came to a compromise, got the roof ridge line down a little bit so it doesn't overshadow the adjoining houses. You can read the letter yourself. Basically, the bottom line is they are suggesting that we support the variances with the design that would be attached. I think, John, is that design there now?
Can you roll it up, please?
The design and the letter are both in the packet right after the letter.
Okay.
Thank you so much, John. There it is.
There's the proposal. Originally, it was a 2-story with a roof on top. Now it's a big dormer instead, so it brought the roof line down.
Okay.
And it fits in much better with the adjoining houses.
Okay.
And so that was the compromise that they came to.
At comments, I'm going to start with Scott because Ward 2 is reporting out. So Scott, may I hear from you? Then I'll go to Ward 1.
I'm willing to vote yes. Thank you.
All right, Selena?
Thank you, Brian, and the design review board. It was a quick turnaround, so it's really appreciated.
All right, Luke?
Thank you to everyone for making this quick turnaround. I support it.
All right, I definitely do. So let's move forward with it and get the information back. I think the person who was going to speak on his behalf, speak for the group is also here. Sir, what is your name?
Yes, this is Abdullah Hijazi. I'm counsel for the applicant. And I just want to take the quick opportunity to thank the design review board and the council for helping us turn this around as quickly as possible. And I appreciate the votes in favor of the design we came to with the design review board.
Great compromise. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only thing we would request is just to remind the council that if the comments can be sent to the Board of Appeals before our next variance hearing, which is on April 28th.
Yes, it'll go
All
out.
right, it will go out almost immediately. And then the way to make sure that it goes out is to ask for a copy. So I will be asking John Hostin and Latasha to please send you a copy. So if you can put where they need to send it in the chat, they'll get it done. Thank you.
Well, no problem.
All right, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Spring Park renovation project, that's going to be you, Brian.
Okay, so as you all requested, we had a public meeting, a Zoom meeting. We had a number of residents make comments. I tried to summarize some of the major issues and suggestions. But basically, what we're down to at this point is whether you want to go with that revised plan so that it can be sent out for bids on getting construction plans done, because all we have at the moment is a concept. We don't have anything that's to scale or, so basically you're voting on, are these the elements and kind of the layout that you would like to see, and where your emphasis is going to be on the circle and the spring itself. And so that's what we're discussing tonight, whether you're going to be okay with this. And then we would vote on this at the next public legislative meeting in May to make a formal vote that this is where we want to direct staff and Little Friends for Peace with their grant money to move forward with this.
I understand that there are 3 residents here and Little Friends of Peace to talk about this. I don't know who they are, but this is a good time to have them speak, unless council has something to say before we let them speak, which is normal. So if any of you have comments on the design or what's been presented, now's your opportunity. Scott, Brian presented again, so I guess you get to go next, and then I'll go to Ward 1.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Looking forward to hearing the comments from the people who came to the meeting. Thanks for being here. Mayor, what is it that we're trying to accomplish by having
Okay, thank you so much. My understanding is, if you remember correctly, we had a different design before and it wasn't the right drawing. And one of the things we'd asked for to go back to the community and make sure they had some input and say on it, and to try to move forward what the design was going to be. This is the final drawing that was presented at that meeting that Brian held with the residents and I think with the folks from the University of Maryland. So what they want now is a consensus on, is this the design that the park is going to have, so that when we go to the meeting on the 3rd, that we vote on this and vote to allow not just the conceptual drawing, but the actual architectural drawings to be done so they can give them to somebody to go ahead and get the park done. Correct, Brian?
Yep, that was a good summary.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Miles.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, I read the notes from the meeting, and I hope we can get to a consensus then, because it doesn't seem like the residents did, but looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
Okay. Selena, then Luke.
Yeah, thank you for putting this together. I was part of the meeting. I think the concepts the residents did like. And if I'm completely understanding, sure, we are approving the concept, not necessarily whether the circle's 8 or 10. That might be a little bit different, correct, Brian?
There will be a circle, but the size of it will have to be determined by the landscape architect people that do the next set of drawings.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know that residents were at least happy to hear where the progress was when it came to the next step for council in this, in approving this. And I look forward to hearing from Little Prince of Peace as well. Thank you, Brian.
All right, Luke.
All good. I really appreciate you guys putting in this work. And I think Jarrett's watching, because I've talked to him about helping out with this project once he comes on board. So thank you, Brian, and thank you all the residents who provided your input. I know this is a long way from some of our earlier proposals. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Let me open it up to the audience. Can you put it back on the screen, please? The project design. Thank you. All right. Can you make it just a little tad bigger? Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anyone in the audience from the residents or the Little Friends of Peace that would like to speak? All right. I don't see any names popping up in the chat.
Okay. Well, Shivali.
Mark Grissar would like to say a few words too.
Okay, Mark, please.
I'm pretty dismayed with the process of this project. It seemed to start out with trying to have community input, which there was, and then it skipped to the plan that's on the board right here without any further community input, which the community did not support a plan that looks like this. The plan that we discussed and saw and started and wanted further developed was much more rich. It had more things going on and it was laid out with more careful consideration. I think that for the council to vote on this particular plan at this point skips important steps in a design process. And I think the people that have helped develop these plans, the architecture people, would agree with that. I've spoken to some of them through emails and they're not happy with this either. I hate to say it, but I think we should go back to the drawing board, maybe have another community meeting. I hate to do something that is less than what we're capable of putting out. We have a good opportunity to make a really nice little pocket park here. And if money is the problem, we discussed at the last Zoom meeting the possibility of doing a GoFundMe or trying to raise more funds. We don't even know what this project would cost. So it seems like to cut back so severely without knowing any numbers seems to me, taking the cart before the horse. So I'm saying, the council should not go ahead with this. I think that we should get a meeting of the minds. If I could go back just a little, and I'm sorry I'm being so wordy here. I don't mean to be taking up so much time.
Well, you're going to have to go really, really fast because your 3 minutes are running down fast too, Mark.
I'm sure.
All right. So get started.
I didn't realize we only had 3 minutes.
You get 3 minutes. You've been to these before years ago.
So long ago, I've forgotten what they were like.
All right. All right.
Again, I'm so glad that the council sees this as an important project, but let's not blow it. Let's take our time, do the steps properly. At the meeting that was held at the police station, I think over a year ago, there was a consensus of one of the 3 plans that had been presented. And I had thought that what was going to happen is that would be further developed, a little more detail, perspective drawings, and so forth. But instead, at the last Zoom meeting, we were presented with this, which it just doesn't fit. It's not a logical progression. So to summarize what I'm trying to say is, let's go a little slower. Let's go back, meet with the architectural people, with the community that's interested in this project, and do something better than what we're looking at here.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your
I appreciate you being at this meeting with us. From what I'm hearing, you obviously have put some of your expertise into the thinking of this. So I appreciate you being here. Anyone else?
Shivali here.
Shivali, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I share some of Mark's sentiments that this. I understand that this current plan was to reduce costs and to simplify it. I think there's ways to. I think there's ways to meld the plan that when we were at the police station that the community members that were at that meeting had gravitated towards. And then also I showed it to some members of the green team at the few days later, and they shared similar feeling of the first plan of the three that the University of Maryland folks had shown, which, this current plan is closest to that first plan, but as Mark said, it's considerably pared down. So, for me personally, in all the plans, common is fixing of the well, and I think that part is not in dispute. The part that we're talking about is sort of, the paths, some of the little interest areas, and then having the circle area instead of originally the thought was to have a low concrete wall surrounding a 2-foot wall surrounding the circle that would then taper to the floor to an entrance point, so that border around the circle is what people would sit on. And now the current plan has wooden park benches, right, which not only take away something aesthetically, but also take away opportunities to do something artistically with that concrete wall in the future. In my sort of fantasy, after we were done fixing the well, building a rain garden, and creating that circle area, that we would, find funding to commission an artist to complete the labyrinth, and that concrete wall would get incorporated into it, whether that meant that it was tiled over or whatever medium, the council wants for that space. So
Okay.
I think for me, I'm kind of on that vibe with Mark. I don't think we need to go to the drawing board per se. I think we just need to meld elements of the plan that the community really liked in the March meeting of 2020 at the police station with the simplicity here. And one last question I have
Gotta go really, really fast because your time is up.
Is that I'd like to see what the cost differential is between having that concrete wall around the circle versus park benches and then a removal of soil, because that wall was meant to be a retaining wall for the soil. So if we're just doing regular park benches, then a lot of soil is going to have to be moved. So there's going to be a cost to that too.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anyone else? To speak about the drawing, the park. Good friends of peace on the line. Okay, hearing none. Council, I think I'm going to start with Scott because Scott said he wanted to hear from the public before he could respond. And then we'll go back to Brian, then to Selena, then to Luke. And Luke, I'm going to turn the seat over to you while I get up and turn the light on.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Scott, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Luke, and Mayor Miles. Yeah, I am really appreciative of both Mark and Shivali's comments, because my perception of this was a little bit off in terms of how much community input there has been. I think part of why my perception on that is skewed is because I think in the 2 years that I've been a council member, this has probably been on our agenda 6 times or more. So I thought that this had been rolling along quite well and that there was community input. So that gives me a lot of pause, and it makes me very reluctant to vote yes on what is in front of us. So I don't think I'm there, but I would love to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thank you, Scott. Brian?
So just to bring this full circle, there were 2 community meetings. You got pushback on the 3 proposals. And so the council voted, you wanted a simplified version, which is what was developed for you. This is only a concept plan. The concept plan says there will be a circle of some sort of some size, and whether it has wooden benches, metal benches, or concrete wall can be decided by the next iteration of this, in which you would have the architect develop 3 different versions of the circle. And then you would go back to the community and say, the community was concerned about the movement of soil. They were also concerned about the size of the amount of pathways. So we responded to that by asking for this simplified version. The spring doesn't seem to be a major problem, except for at some point you all are going to have to decide whether you're going to take that granite monument down at Memorial Park and use that granite to restore the spring, because that's what's proposed here. Again, this is a concept plan. Do you want 3 or 4 elements in the plan, and then you go to the next stage with maybe alternatives for wood, metal, or concrete, and that's when you would get your cost estimates for it. Then you go back to the community and have yet another meeting, but I'm the one doing that meeting. So that's why we're here. It wasn't intended to sort of short circuit any kind of public input. We were just trying to get to a concept so that we could move to the next step. And I appreciate all the comments that everybody has made. But you are never, quite frankly, you are never going to get to consensus on a project like this. And I can say that from many years of experience. The neighbors around there are the most vocal. We have some that like it and some that hate it. So it's basically the simplified plan that you wanted to be put in front of you. I have no particular pony in this race. I was just trying to facilitate moving forward to the next step.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you.
I think it's Ward 1's turn, so I think it's Selena's turn, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Luke and Mayor. The original reason why I asked Brian to specify what we're approving today was to make sure we knew it was just a concept, not the down to a little bit of detail. So that way it was understood, even the communication we have. So we're not trying to start sick where nobody around an opinion. I think it's like the 3 or 4 various things that the community has said that they do like. And like Brian's made it very clear, like that next step is like going to the, into more in depth on it. So based it on that, and that's what I want to share what is clear since the beginning. Based on that, I am in approval to move forward to the next step.
Okay, I think I was able to hear everything was being said while I was off. I think the question that's in front of you is, where do you want to go from here? When this was introduced by Councilmember Nettler a few minutes ago, it was to have us look at it, be able to vote on this at the next meeting, legislative meeting, so that we can move it forward to getting the actual drawings done, engineer to do the drawings. From what I've heard from the 2 speakers in the community regarding the project, is that they kind of think that we're cutting the park short by going with this. I also heard from Brian that this could be a phase 1, and we could go to a phase 2, 3, 4, whatever else it's going to be as you move forward with this. So what is the council's pleasure with excuse me, with what we do with this one?
Mayor, I'll just jump in to finish the Ward 1 conversation and maybe get us to a next point. There have been lots of conversations here and lots of dialogue. And like Brian said, there's a lot of back and forth. And I think this proposal here that Brian's laid out, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it's almost like a compromise proposal that tries to meet as many interests as it can, while still retaining some discretion for the next step in the process to, with respect to that circle there. And so I think that's the idea. Also, the amount of grant money we got for this project was only $40,000. The more, Mark, I think you used the word more rich designs, which is an apt word for the designs we saw. that you weren't going to get anything done with $50,000 for you weren't going to hit on that project with $50,000. So I think that was another concern, is the amount of money that we had available for this project and what we could actually do with it. So, you know, I'm supportive of moving forward for now, understanding there will be more community discussions with the circle, and that might be the opportunity for us to do more with this project. So I would propose we move forward to the next steps of this process, because timing is an element here. We do have to get reimbursement for the grant, and there are timeframes associated with that. So, you know, the last thing I want to happen is us to miss out on grant money. And so I think time's of the essence. So I propose that we move forward with this project. Thank you.
Selena?
I just spoke, Mayor. No, it's your time to comment if you choose to.
I don't know what you just said, but
I said I spoke right before Luke. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Scott, did you have an opportunity?
I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, and Brian, you are at Let's Move Forward. Mr. Nedler?
Yes.
All right. Then in that case, it's consensus to move this to the legislative meeting. Let me just kind of make a comment here as we do this and move it forward. I would recommend it go in as a phase 1 of the renovation of Spring Park. In terms of where the funding is, Mark, I love the idea of Go Fund You, but believe it or not, the state of Maryland, am I getting feedback? I think I am. The state of Maryland has a small pocket park area and funding. And if I believe if we presented this as well as a future program for asking them to fund our pocket parks, I'm certain we can get the additional funding that you would need to do that with. But someone would have to write the request. Someone would have to follow it through. And I will look to see if I still have the name of the person who is very interested in helping us get our pocket parks fixed here in Mount Rainier. So let's look at moving forward, but let's not look at this as the final and only thing we're going to do at the park, on this project. Does that work for the two of you, Shivali? Mark? I know you're still there because I see your name still up, but I'm assuming, which I shouldn't do, that you're on board with that and to help us put that other richness back into the plan as you so described. Thank you so much. Thank you for being there. Anyone else?
Thanks for having us.
You're so welcome. All right, let's go to the next item on the agenda, please. Support from the city for county resolution, Medicare for, I can't see the rest of the wording on there.
Medicare for all, Mayor.
Medicare for all. Okay, I see it. It wrapped around. What is, for 15 minutes, I'm sorry. Selena, you have the floor.
Yeah, and I apologize. I had to take more medicine because the allergies I keep scratching my eyes and my voice feels like it's almost gone. So the county council actually voted on this today, which was to support the Medicare for all, the universal health care at the federal level. So the idea of this is for us to write a letter in support as well. As we know, not just our county and our district have been severely impacted, not just through COVID, but due to pre-existing conditions. So this will allow at least a fighting chance for our community to be able to funding be allocated when it comes to health services, and give us a fighting chance to be able to not just work on this generation but a future ones, in order for us to overcome things like diabetes, obesity, that as we know for each of the studies, it shows that if you work on prevention rather than the other side trying to fix the problems, you actually spend less money. So it's basically put a letter together, hitting the points that the county hit and submit it to the county as support, but also at the same time send it to our 47 district. and our senators and county executives, so that way they could also help in every way they can to push this forward at the federal level.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I can tell you, I have not kept up with this particular resolution, but when I see Medicare, somewhere in my brain, I hear that I've started having to pay Medicare payments out of my work or employment back in the 80s, 90s, whatever they brought in Medicare, and that everybody was required to pay into it anyway. So what is this going to really do other than say we support it?
That's what they need at this time, just letters of support, because it's at a federal level. They are contemplating legislation. So it's basically letting them know we are supporting. Like I said, the county passed it today with majority. I think there was maybe one abstention, if I remember correctly. Then all of them passed it. So it's basically they're asking, the activists and cities are asking to please send letters of support to the federal level, saying we would like this to help in the impact. Where's the volume, baby? To help, to help have a voice in when it comes to Medicare for all.
Okay, I still don't know what Medicare for all means. I'm sorry, I just haven't kept up with that piece of legislation.
I could read it for you. It's just my eyes are really.
Oh, no, I don't want you to read it. I've already typed it into Google. I'll read it for myself, but I don't know enough to say, yes, I support it, and no, I don't. I think is what I'm saying. And you didn't give me enough data in terms of what Medicare for all means. If you had asked me, I would say right now Medicare is a requirement mandated by the federal government. You don't even get a say on whether they take your money out or not. You have to pay into it. And then you get to take it when you get 65 and older. So I don't know what Medicare for all is going to do right now in the legislation we're asking the federal government to propose or to implement. And if somebody else know, please tell me, because I'd like to know. Luke, if you know more, Scott or Brian, please tell me. Right now I can't support it based on I don't know enough of what I'm talking about.
I could read you what the final whereas for the conclusion is. I have it here in front of me. And I apologize, I didn't realize it was going to get this bad, I guess, for me and Isabella. But let me see, where can I get it from? It's a federal bill that guarantees comprehensive healthcare for all U.S. residents and calls upon our congressional delegation to work towards its immediate enactment. And it says it also supports the Maryland Commission Universal Healthcare Act, calls upon our state legislation to pass this bill in 2021. And the whereas, it just described how severely our county has been hit, not just with COVID, but with pre-existing condition. The primary purpose of universal healthcare should be to deliver a quality healthcare for all human beings for their entirety of a lifetime without regards of social or economic status. Improvements brought out by the Affordable Care Act, 7 million Americans are uninsured and underinsured, including at least 130,000 Prince George's County residents. The county has the highest rate of uninsured and underinsured residents of Maryland, with at least 25% of its population of public assistance who have inadequate or difficult to access health care. The estimate is that 12.5 uninsured Prince George's residents include low-wage workers, part-time public employees, and employees of small business who have little access to high-quality insurance. The county has a number of particularly vulnerable populations, such as children, individuals with severe mental illness, and reentry populations who are uninsured or underinsured. So that gives you a couple that were asked, and what they're asking is for a support for a federal bill that guarantees comprehensive health care for all U.S. residents and calls upon congressional delegation to work towards the enactment.
Okay, thank you. Comments from the council. Let me start with Ward 1. Luke, Selena has presented. Comments, please.
I have no comments at this time. I appreciate her putting together the letter.
All right, Brian.
I'm like you, Mayor. I don't know the details of what's in this bill. If it means eliminating private insurance, which is when you hear universal health care, that kind of jumps out at people. Being a dual citizen of the United Kingdom, I can tell you from family complaints about socialized medicine that is not necessarily the prettiest thing in the world. So I doubt that that's in there, but I just need to make sure and how they're going to fund it, because it doesn't sound like people have to pay into Medicare in order to get Medicare, which is a little different from what we're accustomed to. So I'll have to wait for the yay or nay or abstain before I see the details.
Was a copy of the letter sent? Because Selena, I did not see it, and if I did, I didn't know what I was looking at. Has the letter already been drafted?
No, I'm asking for support for me to draft the letter to present to mayor and council. So this is not an approval of a letter. It's just if this is something you guys would be interested of doing.
Oh, is there any interest? Okay, I can say there might be interest for me, but until I finish reading what I pulled up on my screen, and on my screen I have something about understanding the Medicare for All Act of 2019 and 2021. I have no clue on whether I would support a letter or not. But that's only me. I'm going to go to Scott, then go to Luke, or Luke and then Scott. Your concept or whatever you think about it. I think Luke, I've already spoken. I should be at Scott.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, I personally do support universal single-payer healthcare for all Americans, including the undocumented ones. Fortunately for us, UK is not the only model out there for universal healthcare. There are a lot of others. Look at Canada, Singapore. There are lots of really good ones. I don't know that this is a particularly good use of our time, and I need to see the letter before I know if I can vote on it or not. I think it's great that the county passed a resolution, but unless we can get to 60 votes in the Senate, none of this matters. And unless we can get, Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema to get rid of the filibuster, then none of this matters. So I support this in theory, but I don't know that it makes sense for us to spend any time on it. I'm definitely open to reading the letter, though, when we have it in our hands. It would have been great to have it in the packet so that we would know what we were talking about.
Okay, but I think what she just said is it's a concept that's out there that she want to know if the mayor and council would write such a letter or would approve such a letter if written. She doesn't want to waste her time kind of write it or draft it if it's not going to even get heard. And so for right now, Selena, from Luke, I'm not certain exactly where. I hear where you are. I know where Brian. I would suggest, Selena, and this is me, because I think it'll have to come back to another discussion of council before it could get voted on anyway. I would draft the letter. I'd send all of us a copy and ask us to look at it, give you some input if they support it or don't support it. At this moment, I can't do either one because I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I wanted to, because I didn't want to put time and effort if there was like not even inclination of support. Thank you for that.
And I think that's what you were saying. So I'm there. I'd be happy to look at it, but I also will guarantee you that following our meeting, I'll finish reading about it so that when you send it, I'll know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next item then on the list is timing and process for Ethics Commission appointments. Councilmember Cecil Scott Cecil. I did it once in the last 6 months. I've gotten better. Thank you.
It's all good. I honestly, I probably get Cecil Scott more than Scott Cecil, especially if the person doesn't know me. Okay, so this is why I asked to put this on here, and I don't think we'll need to spend much time on it. You'll see in the packet that John did include a list of who is currently serving on the Ethics Commission. It's been brought to my, so here's what spurred this for me. Someone who is on the Ethics Commission did let me know that they were planning on stepping down. We were having a conversation about something else, and they said in passing, by the way, I'm not going to continue with my term. When I asked the city clerk about this, he informed me that 2 other members have told him they are not going to continue with their terms. So at least 3 of our members planning to step away from the Ethics Commission. You'll see in the packet that Ethics Commission appointments are for 2 years, which the other reason that this raised for me is I've been on the city council for almost 2 years and I've never appointed anyone to this commission. So unless they were appointed April 20th of 2019, their terms are expired anyway. However, when you look at the city charter as is listed on the website, section 1D-4, administration of the Ethics Commission, it says that the commission consists of a minimum of 3 and no more than 5 members. So we're going to need to appoint in the near future at least one more person to the Ethics Commission. But it also says in the charter listed on the website that they serve 3-year overlapping terms. So I need to know which one of those is correct. But no matter which of those is correct, we're going to need to appoint some people to this commission soon. So we need to get the word out so people will apply to do that. That is why I asked this to be on the agenda. I'm not sure if we can get to a resolution tonight, other than figuring out which is correct. Is it a 2-year or a 3-year term?
If the charter says it's 3, then it's 3. If we appointed them for 2, we probably didn't read the charter when we made the appointments. So I would bet on the charter, and I would bet on us being wrong, so they were appointed probably for 3 years. Regardless of that, if you're telling me that 3 of them are coming off, it would be wise to put out a notice asking for folks to volunteer to serve. But it also would probably be wise to actually get an official notification from the 3 that wish not to serve or continue serving, and to move the process forward. That's the quickest way to move that one. In my opinion, and as I've learned from most of the attorneys around the state for municipal government, the charter always prevails. Even if we made a mistake, the charter prevails unless we changed it. And I don't have proof that we changed it. So in this case, the charter would prevail. It would have been a 3-year term. So what's your pleasure on moving forward with it?
It's Brian.
Brian?
So I would suggest that you have the city attorney look at this and see if we messed up. Probably we did. And then I guess, Scott, you need to work with city staff to get, an announcement out, social media, newsletter, and explain what the Ethics Commission does and that we're taking applications and there's a deadline and you're rolling.
All right. Thank you so very much. Luke, would you like to say something else, Selena?
I do. I am where you're at. I think we need to talk to the ethics board members so that way they could make it official. So far, we only heard of one of them that he has stated that he will finish his term and then leave the ethics. So unless we get it official, I don't want to advertise and then we end up with a position that we have we only have one opening for it. We always advertise for that one position, but I think it's supposed to start after the fiscal year, if I don't remember the letter correctly, but it's only one so far that's actually written to us stating their position. So definitely reach out to the rest of them, and city manager could go ahead and do that and find out, or whoever she appoints, or find out where the other ones stand officially, so enough for us to move forward with it.
Luke?
I support the plan Brian laid out. Thanks,
All
Scott,
right.
for bringing this.
All right, then that one is already in somebody's hand to address and take care of. Scott, thank you for bringing it to our attention, because that is a very important committee, even though we have not actually used it a lot over the years. But it's good to have them in place, especially for getting our financial disclosures in, for them reviewing them, and making sure that we are, in fact, in tune with what the law requires. So thank you so much. I see your hand, Scott.
Yeah, I know. We can move on. And thank you for keeping us under our 5 minutes. You guys did great. I would feel more comfortable if this was a group effort. Because this group oversees us in some way, I don't want it to look like I'm trying to get people to join the Ethics Commission. I think we should be trying to get people to join the Ethics Commission. However, I'm happy to drive the process forward as Brian suggested. Just wanted to be clear about that. The other thing, and this is not an attack on staff, because I don't think that we have set them up for success, But something that chime in if I'm wrong, guys and gals, but none of us even knows when any of these people were appointed. None of us can remember. So off the top of our heads, at least we don't. So something that we need to have that I've asked for before is we need to have a list that shows us everybody who's on every commission, when they were appointed and when their terms expire, so that we can refer back to that and not have these things crop up as a surprise, or I just happened to notice, what if that neighbor hadn't told me he was going to be resigning? This wouldn't even be on my radar. We wouldn't be talking about it tonight. So I've seen versions of that before, but I wasn't able to get the staff to produce that for me today to get it on the agenda for tonight. So we need to have that at some point.
And they probably shouldn't have put it on the agenda for tonight, because items for the agenda should be in by the close of business on Friday, so that they have time to prepare and put these things together to put them on the agenda. And also, if you look at the end of most of your rolling agendas, at least they used to be on there, you would see a list of when people were appointed, when their terms expire, and when we appointed them. So there is a record and a list like that that's continuously out there. And the second thing is we record all of our meetings. And so the date that they were appointed is lively there and being kept on a record and in the minutes. So there are a number of ways that you can secure that data. I keep mine in a committee appointment box. I used to give it out on a regular basis, but some of that is us tracking it as well. So those are suggestions that mayor and council should be using to keep up. The third thing is, if we did have a master list that was being kept by staff and given out to us, that would also be an insurance package. Because I think one of the things I had asked for many years, over and over, that we be a master calendar, the appointments, who's on it, a list of the staff, how to contact, all of that. But we've had a lot of staff changes as well. Some stuff has fallen through the cracks, but sometimes we just haven't had enough time to do it, because catching up on those audits has been a monster. Brian, I do see your hand, and I'll be quiet.
No, appreciate that, Mayor. So I do remember voting on these folks.
I do too.
For a particular reason, which I won't go into, but and in the rolling agenda, it did have all of the appointments, the resolution number, blah, blah, blah. The one thing that, well, of course, we haven't been looking at the rolling agenda because it keeps getting knocked off the agenda, and now it's not my problem. So hopefully John is able to clean that thing up. But the problem also, for you all, they're going to continue on. In the old days, when we appointed somebody, we gave a term limit or an expiration date, and we haven't been doing that. I know with the ethics, it's in the charter evidently, but for a lot of these, we really should go back to saying we're appointing so-and-so for a 2-year term. Now we just say we're appointing so-and-so, which makes it a little messy because you don't have the turnover necessarily. So that's just a suggestion for going down the road.
Thank you all so much. And Scott, just to kind of finish this off, I don't think Brian meant when saying you got the ball to go with it, that it was all yours. That is a mayor and council project. It is no one person. And I think when we did it back, not this last appointment, but we tried to represent both of the wards, and we also tried to represent the ethnicity of the city so that it's inclusive. So no, it's not a one-person job, and you're right not to take it on by yourself. But you definitely need somebody to lead it and not let it fall through the cracks. Okay?
Mayor and Council, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I just want to let everyone know that when I first arrived, there is a document that has all the city committees on the document, as well as email addresses and contact information. And that was prepared along when I was asked to take over the rolling agenda. That item was also given to me. And so that document does exist, and I'll be more than happy to share that with Mayor and Council so you all can see the work that we've done here to clean up some of the records in our city.
Okay. And can you also make sure you update it and then send it all out to each of the council?
I sure will.
Council? Thank you.
I will do.
Much appreciated. I think that's the point we were trying to get over. All righty there. That brings us down to tree commission appointments.
Okay, so the
You're
tree
a
commission.
busy little devil tonight, right, Brian Nedler?
The tree commission can have up to 7 members, and currently I believe they have 5. Lester Sherman, who lives on 30th Street, has been, I don't even know how many years. Maybe Melinda knows. I don't know, but lived here forever. He's interested in being a member of the tree commission.
Whoa.
Believe we have a letter from him, but I know that he's met with the tree commission several times. He's especially interested in the big old oak trees because he's had to deal with them. Yeah. Anyway, so just put it on here so that if you want, you can vote on this the next time. We could maybe get, if you don't know him, we can maybe get a letter from him. I didn't realize this was on here. I forgot. Anyway, that's basically the gist of it.
All right. I think it goes in the same category as the Ethics Commission discussion, making sure that our members stay current, that folks that want to serve are appointed to serve. And back in the day, we used to bring them into the meeting. So you at least get to meet them face to face, see their resume and know what they've done or what they're proposing to do. I'll leave that with you all to decide what you want to do with it. Number 8 is mine. And if you notice, I've taken it off for the last 4 months. I would probably take it off tonight, except I really would like to see this happen. I really think we should have an advisory board and committee for our police department. The changes and recommendations made, I think, by Luke and by Alyssa should be incorporated, and we certainly should ask you to move forward with it. But if you do not, that's okay too. At least you got a good draft started, and you can now take it and finish it. Or you can also say that was a Melinda Miles item. She's no longer here, and you can delete it permanently. All right, but I'm not addressing it tonight. Thank you. Comments before I move on to the next one? You have it, Scott.
No, it's Brian. No,
I'm sorry, Brian.
We should go ahead. I mean, now that Leah Bar has been abolished, which is a major accomplishment for the state of Maryland. I don't know how much the others of you have had to deal with that over the years, but we have certainly run into that brick wall many a time. So my suggestion would be have Alyssa look at it one more time now that Leah Bar's gone.
That's an idea.
Yeah, because she was saying there was some conflicts with Leah Bar for various reasons. And then let's just, to honor Melinda and all her work on this, let's just vote on this next time. It's not probably going to be perfect. And as I've said so many times, you know what? You just do the best you can. And if something glitch comes up later, you just amend it. Yeah. And I mean, we've done this so many times where we thought we had a perfect whatever, voted on it, and then a year later, like, oh, we didn't think of that. So, let's just do this.
You have the floor, Scott Cecil.
Thanks, Mayor Miles. And thank you, Brian, for what you just said. Mayor, I just wanted to let you know, it sounds like I'm not the only one, but I'm committed to getting this done. And I hope that we can get it done before you leave the council. And also, thank you for incorporating changes that I suggested to you, last year or whenever that was. I didn't even have to do any work. You did it all. I just told you what I thought and you incorporated it. So thank you for your flexibility and thanks for doing that. I'm looking forward to getting this passed. And then I just wanted to say, report back to the 4 of you, but also to the public. I've only been a resident of Maryland for 3 or 4 years now, but I'm very, very proud to have been active in Annapolis, including virtually this year, testifying for lots of different bills in lots of different committees in both the House and Senate. On issues that I care about and for organizations that I work for or work with. And I was very, very happy to be able to offer testimony about repealing the Law Enforcement Officers Bill of Rights in Maryland. We were the first state in the country to pass one of those. And we had, he wouldn't mind me saying this, Chief Morgan, our former police chief, told me, we have the worst Law Enforcement Bill of Rights law in the whole country. And he meant in terms of it gives us the least amount of accountability for any state. So I just wanted to let y'all know that I was very proud to be able to testify in multiple committees in both houses of our state legislature to repeal this. And it was fortunately included in the larger omnibus criminal justice reform package that they did. And for anyone who's not paying attention, our Prince George's County delegates And specifically, in my opinion, our House delegate, Julian Ivey, were leaders on this issue the whole way through. And it would not have gotten done without the voices of strong, progressive Black leaders from Prince George's County and from Baltimore City. And I just applaud them 1,000 times over for getting that done, because it allows us to be able to move forward at the local level. So thanks for listening to all that. Mayor Miles, I'm committed to getting this done for you, for the city.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? All
Thank
right.
you, Mayor.
Me.
Selena?
Hi. No, they could hear you, by the way. Sorry, my family just came back in. No, I was gonna say thank you for putting this together. I think definitely I'm where everybody else is at. Now that the LRB is like revoked, it allows us to be able to put more, I feel like, more teeth into this project, because I felt like certain things were being held back. But definitely it'll be I feel a lot easier to like pass it and get it to the finish line. So I'm with Brian to like have Elisa take a look at, incorporate the things that have been added. I am very correct in saying Chief Alston also like send us a bunch of other legislation that was also passed that included the deal with officers. So I think that should also be incorporated, so that we have not just like the great work that you've done, but also incorporate the new things that now the law has catch up to the work that you did. So in order to move forward with it. So I will definitely like to keep it in the agenda, have the legal go through it, make the edits that they need, and put it forward for the next item to vote on it. So I would like to at least do that, because you have put a lot of work on it. And I think in many ways you were also very visionary in some of the things that you put there, and now the law has caught up to what you were envisioning. And I don't see it pass by you, giving them a call and saying, hey, I need this, like, make it happen, because you do advocate a lot in various levels as well. And that's very appreciative. And also for allowing me to sometimes like give me a platform to say like, this is going on. I'm more like, I'm joining there. We're advocating for this. Okay. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Luke?
I'm good. Thank you.
Then if that's the case, I will move it forward to Alyssa tomorrow and ask her to try to get back to us with something. And as opposed to having that one meeting on the 27th, I'd like to add this to that work session on the 27th and then bring it forth on May 3rd. Does that work for you all?
Yes.
All right, then I'll do that tomorrow. And thank you for the kind words. It just got where it couldn't go anywhere. Now it can, so thank you. All right, that takes us to sidewalk cafe application.
Okay.
Mr. Netler.
And this is off topic a little bit, but so for the police advisory board, we would do a first reading on May 3rd. And my suggestion, Mayor, would be that we either we have to wait 2 weeks. So the night that we leave office, I would suggest that you call a meeting at 7:30. They have to be sworn in at 8 o'clock so we can pass this before we're actually gone.
Right.
Because, yeah, I mean, we could meet like a half an hour early, get these things done, and then you've got it on the books. So anyway, that was off topic. Sorry.
So that takes care of both.
So this came up mostly because of Pennyworld, although now I've been informed that the wine bar is also building a patio on city property. Some people just don't seem to understand that they should actually probably ask us before they put things on public property. But that's beside the point.
I think let me just chime in, Brian, if you don't mind. It's not that they should ask us. I think we should be telling them, because they apply to us for the permits to do whatever it is they're going to do. And if they do it after the fact, as did Penny Royal, they should have to either remove it or pay for it.
Well, I'll just remind everyone that I told Mankiti explicitly at a meeting not to do anything, and
did it anyway.
The concrete was poured, so I'm still pretty upset about that, but I'm going to let that go at this point. Anyway, the issue was liability. So Alyssa really was the one that jumped on this, not me. I just raised the issue of, since these patios are on city property, do we have any liability protection? It turned out not very good. So she's she's put this forward to amend our chapter on sidewalk cafe permits to add the liability issue, and that's the gist of it.
I'm going to go to Scott in Ward 2, then to Ward 1, and then I certainly would like to comment on it. Scott, you have the floor.
Thank you. I was having trouble unmuting. I actually don't think I have any comments at this point. Yeah.
Then I'm going to go to Luke, then to Selena. Unmute, Luke. Unmute, Luke.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Sorry, come back to me, okay, Mayor? Sorry.
All right, then I'll go to Selena.
Thank you, Mayor. That might be a question for Brian. Maybe you could make it clear. I was talking to some of the business, and they said that definitely because of the, because of COVID, they also would like to do outdoor patio, and some of the regulations were ridiculously, hard. Where do you see this helping them or aiding them or protecting the city when it comes to this being enacted? Because they feel like even the current ones were very strict and very expensive to get through. Have the ability to have a sidewalk cafe.
I have no.
Brian, do you want to take that, or would you like for me to take that one?
Take that because I really don't know.
Let me give it a shot. Well, one of the things that I've checked on this, because there was a number of requests to do the sidewalk thing, not just now, but years ago. We did this whole fight over what part of the sidewalk belonged to the city and what part of the sidewalk goes to the business. Could we have folks put their stuff out on the sidewalk when we have Mount Rainier Day or whatever? There's some liabilities. And yes, they can do it, but all the liability pretty much fall on the city. So if someone trips and fall on it and it's city property, who gets sued? Who has to pay? We are not protected in even the one that exists. And I have not read this one all the way through. I don't know exactly where Alyssa changes are, but there are some liabilities that this city is not prepared to cover, even through legit. So if we decide to go with letting them use the sidewalk, as Penny Royal is doing, that's not Penny Royal property. That's city property. And somebody eating out there, I'll get hurt out there, or let's just, God forbid, chokes and dies out there. The city is not covered for that. And the city is not covered for it. And Penny Royal has no liability, except maybe they served them the food. I think we need to look at that. But here's the other piece I want to offer. Because Silver Spring, I think it is, decided to move all of their restaurants outdoors at one point in time during COVID, it allowed their restaurants and businesses to stay open, to do business or whatever. Before we say no to this, I think we should ask, what's the possibility of opening up our sidewalks and streets? Because they actually blocked off some of their streets in Silver Spring to allow the restaurant to have some place to be. You can't do it on Rhode Island Avenue because it's a SHA. You could do it on 34th Street. So do you want to modify this law that we have on the books so it can cover such a thing as the pandemic and opening up 34th Street, for example, or opening up Bunker Hill Road to allow our businesses to perform outside? Just something to think about as you move forward with making the changes rather than piecemealing it. And before I even go any further, I see Luke hand already up. You can have the floor, Luke.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. To your point, the redesign of that block around around the McKitty development includes turning Perry Street into a shared street so that you can do exactly what you're talking about. Shut down Perry Street on a Friday or Saturday night and have it be free flowing there. And so extending the plaza.
But that's a design. And the question that you need to answer in this legislation is to allow that to happen and how the liability might get split, or how do we increase or do our insurance to cover it? You can't just do it because that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
All right. We get absolute permission from SHA when we close down Rhode Island Avenue for Mount Rainier Day. They also share the liability of that. So it's not just a city liability, because you know we take over a whole lane.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So I like the language that Brian put in there. It makes sense to me. Brian, did that copy like indemnification clauses from like other regs on this?
It's Alyssa's. I didn't have anything to do with it other than ask the question. Alyssa did all of this.
Okay, great. Yeah.
You could also copy the one from the county. The county has an awesome liability clause in theirs for anything that you want to do with them. And it requires you to have insurance over $1 million or $3 million, depending on what it is, insurance policy on it. So let's double check what we do with that.
I trust Alyssa. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. All right, Scott, did you get to speak? Oh, you did already. So what's your pleasure moving forward?
I suggest a first reading at the next legislative meeting.
Thank you so much. Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
I see you. Oh, I saw some. Thank you, Scott. All right.
I do have
but
a quick...
let me ask a question before we move from that. Scott, you may go first.
I just wanted to note for anybody who's watching, a couple times we said that the next meeting is on May 3rd. That's incorrect. It's on Tuesday, May 4th. Just wanted to say that in case.
Okay, forgive me being wrong on the date.
It's all
May
good.
3rd is the election.
I actually didn't
Thank
even
you.
notice. Yeah, I didn't even notice until a few moments ago. So thanks for letting me say that.
All right. Thank you so much. Made me lose my train of thought. Oh, so how then, since we got to go through the legislative process to do this, how then are you proposing we respond to Doodah Cafe, who's asking if they can open the sidewalk where the other cafe was? How are you going to respond? Because that's the question they've asked us.
Open up a sidewalk cafe for the wine bar?
Well, the wine bar wants one, but you know where the old Odd and Even store was? It's called Doodah Cafe now.
Yeah.
And who was in there before?
The Bird was in there.
Bird Cafe. But remember, Bird they brought their stuff outside, put up the tables and all of that. And they did not, well, initially they did not have permission. They just did it. And the same law was in place then that Brian is trying to get fixed now. So they have asked, and they use the tables and chairs and things out there in that spot. What's your answer?
If they get a permit, they certainly can. I wouldn't sit there. The pigeons sit right above that on the wires. There's no way I would.
They love it. They love that spot.
I need umbrellas to catch all the dew, you know.
Good luck, Brian. That explains your luck over the years.
Some cultures it's considered good luck to have a bird.
I was going to say good luck. You got to have a drop.
Say good luck.
All right. But we need to respond to them. We should not put them on hold for the next 45 days because summer will have come and kind of moved. So if the answers get the permit, then we need to respond to them with that and do it rather quickly. I see your hand, Scott.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if they're able to do it, but I agree with Brian. We need to require the permit. I wouldn't mind hearing what the city manager thinks, since she's going to be the person, I assume, that's going to respond to them and has been the person that's been in touch with them thus far. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's code compliance, but wouldn't mind hearing what Latasha thinks.
Latasha, do you have a thought on that process? I know we just sprung that one on you.
You did. Just as with when Penarroyo asked, my biggest thing is the whole harmless and the indemnification, because I don't want to be responsible if somebody trips, falls, whatever. Well, not I, but the city.
The city.
That's my biggest concern. Yeah, I don't care where you eat, but I just don't want to be responsible for your patrons.
So as long as you can make sure that that's clear with the issuing of the permit and it's in writing, Alyssa should give you the legal terminology that goes with indemnification. I don't hear the council saying no. I have two that said permit. Luke, permit. Selena, permit. Selena, permit.
Yes.
All right. So if you follow through with that, you can give them an answer at your convenience and as quickly as possible, Latasha. Thank you. WSSC water main break. Scott Cecil. I don't get to call Brian, not Luke.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about this if y'all want to. It occurred to me a few moments ago that the Ward 1 council members might not have been on all the emails that have been sent to all the rest of us pertaining to the repeated water main breaks on Upshur Street between 28th and 30th. So I'm okay with taking this off if y'all want to. I just want to make sure that moving forward, that the council and the city, whoever the new city manager is going to be, I think that we need to. I'm just going to stop. Is it okay with you guys if we take this off? I just want to have discussions about it later. But if you want to keep it, I'll keep going. Mayor, I guess that's.
Scott, my question is, did everybody see that somewhat lengthy response from WSSC as to the whole situation? It came about a week
2 days, 3 days ago. Mm-hmm.
Did everybody see that?
Oh, I think what Scott just said may be the truest statement. Since it was, I don't know if it was sent to the mayor and council. Was it sent to mayor and council or was it sent to the Ward 2 people?
I don't remember.
I know I received it.
I said, I think there's a possibility, Mary, that you forward to
I certainly did.
But we were not at least I was, and I think Luke was not. I didn't see his email letters copy from the beginning of the conversation. So it wasn't even clear originally what the issue was, but it was a confusion of then apologizing and trying to work forward to it. So we might need some back history on what's going on, for how long it's been going on, and what exactly happened.
Let me do the briefest summary I can do, and I'll probably go with Scott for taking it off and maybe having another time when we really do it and have WSSC at the table. As all of you may know or may not know, most of your underground water piping system in the city was built out of wood. And as recently as about 10 years ago, if not less, they did the intersection between 34th and Rhode Island and actually took pictures of the old wood pipes and showed everybody that they were there. About 3 years earlier than that, Bunker Hill Road was torn up for days. The water pipe was supposed to be on one side of the street, but it was on the other side of the street. And the street stayed under repair for almost 3 years. And so they WSSC, started some water system renovation. Mind you, because the water pipes were on the wrong side of the street, because there was no codes and standards, they started busting into gas lines. And they would mess up the gas line. It was just a heroic mess. Recently, bringing forward, because of the old underground stuff, they had an issue with the water. It burst. Residents were without water. They had folks showing up and tearing up stuff and drilling and draining. It just became a mess. At least 5, 6, 7 or more of our residents actually wrote a letter to WSSC telling them what the problem was, demanding some answers and attention, and WSSC gave us an answer back. Part of it talked about the water mains being in there since 1935, 53, whatever it is, and that whatever. It's going to be going on. So I wrote them back and told them we need the schedule. We've asked for it for years of when water mains are going to be repaired, replaced. I asked them did they have any time schedule, whatever, on what they're doing. So just a long letter about, you need to tell us what's going on. We need to have that information. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks or so, they will provide that. They haven't done it yet. In how many years, Brian? Like forever?
They never have responded.
Like forever? So it's something that you all need to stay on top of. You need to start from the head and work down. Being the executive director at WSSC, whose name escapes me at the moment, your representative that ought to be here at your beck and call is David Wilkins from WSSC. He's the municipal liaison for our particular city. He responds very quickly, and if he can get on top of it, he will. But that becomes a critical for you.
Thank you, Mayor. May I have the floor back?
You have it.
Yeah, thank you. You gave a much better summary than I could have. And the history is helpful to know as well. I think the reason that I escalated this to asking for it to be on the agenda tonight, and I saw a couple council members shaking their heads, so I think we're on the same page on how to deal with WSSC, and Wilkins is responsive. That is true. The reason I escalated this is because if not for some really diligent homeowners who have been putting the, WSSC's feet to the fire, I don't know that they would be as responsive as they have been.
They've always been responsive.
Good. From what I understand, though, this particular line has had breaks multiple times this year, 3 times this year, including on Easter weekend. For the first break, there are at least 5 or 6 houses that had sewage basically back up into their basements and had their, a bunch of things destroyed, et cetera, et cetera. So the thing that I would like us as a city, and maybe we need to partner with some of the municipalities here, is to hold WSSC accountable for stop repairing the line that obviously needs to be replaced, because they just come in and repair it. Literally the last time they fixed it after the second break, it broke again a couple of days later. So obviously the repairs aren't working. It needs to be replaced. But in addition to that, I personally have experienced waking up to construction or having construction happening outside my house. And then I call Alma or whomever at Code or whomever at Public Works. Did we know they were doing work in the city? No, they didn't tell us. So I just feel like WSSC is a bad actor sometimes in terms of not doing right by us and updating their infrastructure, but also not doing what they are legally obligated to do, which is to notify us when they're doing construction, and then not doing, honestly, the best job of fixing our streets after they're done. So I would like for us to just have some kind of a strategy to be able to engage with WSSC so that we can get better service for our residents and be treated better by them as our city. I don't know this for sure, but I get the impression that because we're a bunch of really small municipalities in Prince George's, they feel like they can just do whatever they want, and there's nothing that we can do about it. And I think that we should show them that that's not true.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. So what's your proposal going forward, Mr. Cecil?
Just that I will continue to escalate this issue to the mayor and council. I know for sure that Luke and Selena care about this as well. So, just as a group, I just want us to stay on top of this and see if we can get better results.
Let me ask one question, not ask a question. Is Mr. Kamali still online? I saw him earlier. Has he gone? If I make no mistake, just to kind of put this out there, Scott, I believe WSSC has an open work order or open permit. I don't know what they call it. Am I right, Brian? That they can come in, huh?
Utilities, Washington Gas, they have a state mandate. They have all kinds of rights and things, and but I have to say also that when this happened, I asked staff if they were even informed, and they did not even know that this had occurred.
Okay. And that was an obligation to notify. That's an obligation. That's not a maybe.
I don't know I don't know that state law actually says they're obligated, but it would be certainly.
It's kind of close to that, Brian, to say that I believe it is. And even if it isn't, there was an agreement with us, and it's on tape somewhere, that they are to notify us anytime they're in the city, and that's Kamali. They are supposed to notify us when they're doing work in the city. That does not hold true for emergencies. For emergencies, they can come and do what they have to do anytime, day or night. But for routine, regular work, they're supposed to. And they're supposed to give, I think it's 2-week notice to the homeowners in the block that the work is being done. So we have that reinstated. Have them have a meeting and come. I see you, Luke. Have them come back and have that meeting with you. Get it in writing. Get it on tape. Luke.
Scott, I was writing that email to Ray. Is there anything you need from me to help with this, or are you just going to bring WSSC in front of the meeting, follow the mayor's advice, and then we can help you put the pressure on? Is there anything you need from me that could help now?
I don't think so, but I should add that we should consider engaging with the Maryland Public Service Commission and helping our residents, or as a city, filing complaints against WSSC whenever they're not meeting their obligations.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Yeah, it might be worth like drafting up a form letter that like a resident could just send out. Say, hey, we've prepared this letter. If you're having problems, put your name on it, hit send to this email address. Maybe something you might want to consider that might be helpful.
Come up with your process, but also keep in mind relationships, relationships, relationships. And I think you can form a good one with WSSC and Washington Gas. They are very responsive. Pepco is pretty good too. All right, anything else on that one?
I want us to be able to advocate for our residents. So Brian will probably know better than me because he's been engaging with the homeowners a little bit more than I have. Because I think you probably know them all, and I only know one or two of them. But what am I trying to say here? So for example, all the people that experienced damage to their homes and had to clean up sewage from out of their basements, WSSC's response to them was, well, you should file an insurance claim. No, you should file an insurance claim, WSSC. Why would my premiums go up because I filed a homeowner's insurance claim? You owe me money, not my insurance company. And so, like, I just feel like at every turn, it's great that they're responsive, but at every turn, WSSC is not taking care of the homeowners. They're doing what's best for WSSC.
I think what they meant was to file a claim with WSSC.
With their claim, they have a claim office. You filed the claim with their claim office, not with your homeowners.
Yeah, because Melinda was talking
I've had to do that myself.
Yeah, I mean, she was talking about the disaster on Bunker Hill was in front of my house. And like the gas lines were ruptured, water went into people's basements. We had to file claims with the utilities.
With the company.
Yeah, it's not about your own private insurance.
Not your homeowners.
I mean, I guess you could do that, but you're better off with the utilities.
Well, of course you can file with your homeowners, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is WSSC and most of the others have a claim department, and you filed your claim with them. They're not saying file it with your homeowner. Although I do it with both. If one can only go up to here, then the other one has to go up to there because you can't live with it.
Yes, thank you for both for validating that, Mayor and Brian. That's what I'm telling you. Two of the homeowners, one I spoke to on the phone and one in person, they told me that WSSC told them they needed to file an insurance claim with their homeowner's insurance, not with WSSC's.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That doesn't sound right, but follow up with WSSC claim. Tell them to follow up with WSSC claim office first, and in fact, tell their insurance company that WSSC denied their claim. Let the insurance companies fight it out.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you. Glad we had that discussion anyway, even though you were thinking maybe no. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Selena. Folks, it's right now 9:36, and we got at least 1-2 more meetings to go.
Oh my God. So it's very simple. Reallocate funds to speed cameras for student sidewalks. I'm not gonna narrow it down. I think we had a lot of healthy discussion through the budget one. So I'll make it short. That's my presentation. I gave you the long version through the budget.
But I don't think you want reallocate. I think you want to amend the budget to take that $100,000 for speed cameras now for streets and sidewalks, right?
Correct.
So what we should be doing is asking the council, would they have Latasha do a budget amendment for this year, taking $100,000 from the current speed camera and sidewalks from the current speed camera money to use for fixing streets and sidewalks. Correct? I support that. Anyone else support that? I think we already said we did. Brian?
So my question is to staff, we only have 60 days left of the fiscal year. Is it possible to even do an RFP and actually expend this money and have, I mean, you don't have to have the work done, but to have the contract signed?
That's the question.
Yeah, it seems like you're really going to have a tough time unless you've already got a contractor lined up. So I'm just asking staff is this even doable?
Staff is waiting to answer. I'll tell you the answer that we've been told over and over. Mr. Kamali has a contractor that he's been using now in the city for quite some time. So if the money is allocated and made available, I'm almost certain they could spend it before June 30. At least tied up so that it'll be used.
And
Latasha, please answer. Mr. Kamali, if you're there, please answer.
I don't think Mr. Kamali is on anymore. But yeah, I mean, they can make it happen. So yes, they can make it happen, yes.
All right. So Brian, having her answered that question, are you in favor of the reallocation of the funds?
I mean, I'm concerned about the chief's piggy bank being raided for another department. I don't know if he had some sort of particular, important use.
Mm-hmm.
So we're taking, Peter to pay Paul, whatever. I just want to make sure that we're not undermining something that was in the works for the police department.
All right. Let me go to you, Scott, then to you, Luke.
I'm leaning towards a yes on this, but I got to think about it. I'll decide when we have the budget amendment in front of us, I guess. I think it's a little inconsistent considering that that we took funds the city manager had allocated for streets and sidewalks last year and took it out for a project that hasn't moved forward. So I guess I'll decide when we see the budget amendment. Between now and then, I would decide.
Thank you, Luke.
Yeah, Scott, the reason why we took it out, remember we were being conservative with the revenue for COVID, and that was the biggest line item. So that's how we balanced the budget last year. So, I think we are being principled and consistent in that revenue has gone up. We've gotten money from this revenue, so we can fix the problem that we used to balance the budget that we made for ourselves. So I think I think we're being pretty consistent here. And I do support this. And it's only 50% of the revenue. So if the chief needs $100,000 from that revenue for something, he would still have that available to him, Brian, to address your point. So it is robbing Peter to pay Paul in some respects, but it does leave the chief with that $100,000 if there's a budget amendment he needs to make for us on that point. Thank you.
All right. So what's the directive for Latasha? Is she to do a budget amendment, allocating $100,000 for streets and sidewalks? Or are we going to wait till we pass the budget, get the next budget on the 27th and make that decision?
Mayor Miles?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that also our city manager, and I don't want to speak on behalf of Latasha, last year was very, and she said it today as well, she was definitely very assertive in making sure that we didn't take any money away from streets and sidewalks. This will allow for us to be able to do some work this year so we don't fall behind. And the other thing that the finance director has stated is like every, I believe, 15 days they get the money in from the camera. So from here until June, you'll be able to get more money in case the police also need something from there as well, Brian. If that was one of your concerns, I did talk to Chief about it to take his pay back. Do remember that our officers are riding cars, they're walking, they're on bicycle as well. So it's also to their best safety interest to make sure the sidewalks are to par as well.
I don't know where I am.
Directing Latasha to do a budget amendment, I will hope.
That's where I want to be. but Brian offered some reservation. Scott offered reservation. Luke, did you say that you were a go?
I'm a go. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Then I'm going to be a go on that one too. So at least you can get the amendment prepared. It doesn't mean you have to vote it up. You could also vote it down. And you could also make adjustments to it, but at least give her enough head start to get it done. April 30 ain't but so many days away. And if this is to be out there and place to be used, I think you let her at least prepare it. Mr. Netler, you lit up, but I can't see you.
You need 4 votes, so I'll just say I'll support it.
Thank you so much. That's what I do need. Appreciate it. All right, that moves us to item number 12. And Mr. Netler, you put this one out here, so get busy.
I mean, it's been pointed out that staff is back in City Hall, and it just seems, I don't even understand how we're going to do a swearing in for the new council if we're not, I know you can do it, but
online.
Yeah, but it's always been a special ceremony where the families are there and they get their pictures taken and all that. So I just wanted to raise the issue. If you all don't want to do it, that's fine. But I just thought we should have the conversation. There's going to be a new mayor, and it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'd be nostalgic or whatever, but I thought I should hear everybody's opinions about maybe just this one time, doing it.
Don't take COVID, but one time.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, you get my point. I'm just putting it out there to discuss. That's all.
I'm going to go first for a change. I did a poll of the 27 mayors in Prince George's County as to when are they reopening to go back to in-person meetings at City Hall. I won't say all of them, but a large majority of them that are small like us with limited space and airing and all of that, they're looking at August, September. Craig Moe is definitely doing August, September. Riverdale is doing August, September. New Carrollton, I think, are back into in-person meetings, but they have a whole big old schoolhouse. Brentwood, I believe, are doing August, September. Brentwood wasn't there. North Brentwood was. They're definitely doing August, September. And the reason is, the reason is they think more people will have been vaccinated between now and June. That will make it a lot more likely that even if they got it, they don't die, don't go to the hospital. Doing it in May, as they discussed it, meant that you don't have as many people vaccinated, and so the risk is still high, especially in small spaces. So I wrote you a long little document, I think, in which I said I don't know if we should make this decision, whether the folks who are going to have to go in them spaces should make that decision. And so the three of you, Luke, Brian, and Selena, you all going to be in them meetings. Brian and I are going to be nowhere near them.
God, not Brian.
Well, so will the clerk of the court virtually swear in the new council?
They've been doing it all over Prince George's County. Remember, New Carrollton and some of the others have had their elections in November. Some Seat Pleasant had theirs in September, okay. October. So the swearing in didn't stop because of COVID.
All right. Well, all right. I'll shut up and let other people comment.
All right. I'm going to be quiet too, because you and I both are not going to be there, Brian. Luke, Selena, and Scott, what would you all like to do?
I'll just speak up and, I work in the federal government and we are being very hesitant with coming back into the office. If you can ensure that everybody who's coming into the room is vaccinated and has been vaccinated, that's CDC has loosened the restrictions there on gatherings and rooms where everybody's vaccinated. But it's how do you do that? How do you confirm everybody's vaccinated? So it's just what Brian said sort of struck my heart of like, I remember going in with Meg and Austin and getting sworn in and how special that was. You just you put a lot of work into an election and you work really hard, and it means something to get that. It really was a great moment in my life. And so that sort of struck a chord with me. I had never thought of that, Brian. And so now you're hearing me, now you're hearing my internal debate monologue. So that's kind of where I am, but it's hard for even that to overcome, I'm collective bargaining right now. I've been bargaining all week, and we're doing it virtual over Zoom. And there's a question about whether we're going to bargain in May face to face, and there's tension there. And if I'm at that table talking about how we need to do virtual to bargain a contract for 65,000 employees, like, why am I forcing people to come in a room for this? So that's everything out there. I'll stop talking.
All right, Selena.
Yeah, I think Brian was very good at pulling heartstrings and making this up. I do, in a way, I feel like I would like to make a one-day exception, but I don't think we're ready to go back like fully. If that's what, majority of us decide. What I do want to say that even when we come back, I remember maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I advocated for the meetings to be on Facebook Live in order for us to be able to gather more people that generally would not come to our meetings. So I do, even when we go back in person, want to continue this accessibility for people to be able to not just watch us in MRTV, but also be able to watch us through a Zoom equivalent of it, so that way we could reach them through various mediums, and it allows for people to be involved on it. So I think it makes it hard. I thought of that not just because of swearing in, but it's also I'm coping with the idea that you're no longer going to be mayor and that Brian's no longer going to be in the council, right? So I kind of feel like you guys are miles and miles away if I see you on Zoom, right? So I think that even if we decide to make an exception, even if we decide to do something that's more spacious, not necessarily in our chambers because they're so small, I think we need to start thinking about it, figure out if there's a way for us to make an exception at least for that day, and with following all the restrictions and be cautious of all of this.
Scott?
Well, I'm here right now, as you can very plainly see. I've been wearing a mask all day, but right now I'm not because I'm the only person here. There's 2 staff members here, but they're in a different part of the building. So, I'll just say this. In terms of returning to in-person meetings, I don't think we should do that until the council reconvenes for the 2021-2022 legislative session in September. Before that, I don't think it's advisable. It's really hard to win a write-in campaign, which is what I'm running, so I probably won't be getting sworn in a couple weeks. But if I am able to win that election, I will not be here getting sworn in person. I can't speak for the other 2. Like, we're only going to need, it only matters if we win. So if I win, I will not be here getting sworn in person. But I'm not going to stop anybody else from doing that if that's what they would like to do. Once the mayor and council comes back in September, or even sooner than that, over the summer in August or whenever, it would be quite easy for us to host a reception here at City Hall or anywhere else, any other number of locations in the city that would substitute for the ceremony that we didn't get to have. Because as we've all 5 experienced, it's really nice to be able to have your friends or family be there with you to watch you get sworn in, and it's just a really fun, gratifying thing that you never forget. But I personally would not feel comfortable participating in that at this point, and I'm fully vaccinated. So that's where I'm at.
Well, let me just offer the last thing that I would like to offer you to think about. The mayors that attended, and I think it was about 18 of us at that meeting, we decided, or they kind of talked about what they were doing. All of them have agreed they're going to do hybrid meetings. They've had more people at their meetings through the Zoom, the WebEx or whatever, that they never want to give that back up, because even if everybody online don't always talk. Some folks have had up to 100 people on their meetings, which they've never had previously. So a recommendation would be to never give up Zoom or WebEx or whatever. And I told her we've been streaming on Facebook for quite some time. Those are just other avenues on how we reach our constituency. And so they're going to be doing it. I would strongly recommend that the city of Mount Rainier continue to do what it's doing. And if you go back, just the mayor and council can go back to the physical building and still make sure everybody else can zoom in and still talk to you and still participate in the meeting. So they're doing a hybrid. A hybrid might be something you want to consider. But Mr. Netler thought it was important that we talked about when people coming back or when we're coming back to do our public meetings that we are required to do. Those are going to be decisions you get to make. My recommendation, if I had to make one, I would probably suggest you go back in August or September after your summer break, which would be the time I would recommend, even if you decide to have a summer break.
Yeah.
The three of you may not want a summer break. And so you might want to go back on the 1st of July when you go back into your next fiscal year. Just something to start thinking about.
Yeah, I think with Scott and Mayor, what you just said, I think that makes a lot of sense. And Scott, I like your idea of holding something when we can all come back. I think that was that's a good idea. And so
excellent idea. Okay. But anyway, Brian, thank you for getting us to thinking about it, putting it out there so our residents can start thinking about it. Because I'm sure between now and then, some of them are going to have some thoughts about it too. So I think it's a good place to start. City manager search update. Let's have it. Latasha, where are we? Are you asleep over there?
No, ma'am. I'm up. I don't have an update from the last one that I provided you guys via email.
Okay. Why don't you do that publicly so people will know where we are?
Sounds good. So Slavin Management has, they had about 10 candidates that were on their list. They narrowed it down to about 7 who they sent questionnaires to. That questionnaire is about 30 questions. So they wanted to give them, I think he said about a week and a half to respond. So I believe they're in the response period. Once they have those responses, they will vet those and they will bring forth to you the candidates who they think have the most potential to move forward.
Okay. Questions, comments? Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Latasha. I asked for this to be placed on here so we can update the public about why the process is delayed. So barring any objections to that, as folks will remember, the mayor and council did decide to hire a recruiter to drive the process forward. That recruiter, while they seem exceptionally competent, was not able to, they didn't have a business license for Maryland, so that delayed the process significantly. Our current interim city manager's last day on her contract is April 30th, 10 days from now. So we will be without a city manager. We'll have a vacancy in that position starting on May 1st. So one of the very important things that this council will have to do in the coming days and weeks, besides passing the FY 2022 budget, is to hire a new city manager. And you could make an argument, and I think I probably have in the past, that hiring and firing and overseeing the city manager is the most important part of our job, because she or he or they run the city day to day, and they make a lot of really important decisions and, drive all the work forward. So I look forward to going through that process with Selena and Luke and whomever else joins us on the council. But I just wanted to let folks know why we were delayed. I had reservations about this process late last year. All of y'all will remember that. And while you might not like the way I delivered that message, I did state at the time that if anything goes wrong, we're going to be in a very difficult situation. And now here we are. So that's the update.
Mayor, you're muted.
You're on mute, Mayor Miles.
Okay, sorry. I said, Scott, you should have talked longer because I decided to eat something while you were talking. But I will say, Scott gave you a brief reason of his of why this thing has been delayed. But I would disagree. Maybe I'll agree that part of that was a problem, that they didn't have a license. But the other part of it was mayor and council did not push some days. COVID came. That became another problem. There were other issues that got in our way. There was even a thought out there, and I will contribute it to Scott, and I may be wrong, that they did not want to hire a city manager until after the new council, to allow the new council to select and choose a city manager. We went back and forth on that as well. So there were lots of reasons, good reasons, bad reasons, personal opinions, or whatever. The bottom line is we aren't going to have a city manager on May 1. Part of what we're going to be doing in our closed session tonight as we address personnel issues is how do we move forward and keep the city in a survival mode so that we can get this done. As some of you will recall, we didn't have a city manager in place when the previous city manager left, and we were able to run and manage our city. Not as well as we could have if we'd had a city manager in place, but well enough that the city continued to operate. And Scott Cecil and Selena Benitez and I, we didn't do our city manager job, but I think we did a fairly good job of keeping things in place until we got an acting city manager to give us time to hire a city manager, which we ended up hiring an acting city manager rather than a city manager. So there have been some other things that have played into why we are where we are today. And I think this council and the council that's going to come in behind us will be equally up to the task of getting this thing done and keeping your city in a good position, because we've had good staff up to here. And I just expect it to get better. So don't feel like we're really in the hole. I don't want you to feel that way. What I want you to feel is that you got competent people that's going to be left behind by Brian and I that will make this work. And they know what to do to move forward. And I trust them to do it. I really do. All right? So don't just feel bad about where we are. We're probably in a good position. We have not been without a city manager but 3 times in my history. So we'll get there. Anybody else want to comment on that? For the good of the order, for no order at all, may I get a motion to adjourn?
This is Brian. I just want to second what you said, Mayor, because we've been in this situation before, and we have many competent managers in the city. And so basically what we need to decide is, who is going to be organizing them, not necessarily managing them, but just you need somebody at the top to make the final decision if a final decision is necessary. Our department heads are all very competent, and the city will continue to run. The public's not going to, we're going to have a budget passed. So people shouldn't worry that, it's not the greatest situation. I agree with Scott. These things happen, and you all will get through it. You'll get the decision to who's going to get hired. And that's probably just as well. And so it'll all be okay.
Are you looking for a job?
Is Brian looking for a job? Brian trying to get out of Dodge.
Yeah.
I'm actually not qualified to be a city manager. I can tell you that right now.
I think we'll be good. I'm glad we hired the contractor when we did and didn't wait longer on it, given the license. But so I think we'll be good, and I'm glad to hear it's down to 7. I think I missed that in the email, but I'll give a motion to adjourn.
So may I get a second?
Second.
Motion to adjourn. All those in favor, let it be known by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned. Now, we're going to go into a is this the legislative meeting? Because we have to approve those 2 things, right?
Just one thing, I think.
Is it 1 or 2?
1.
All right, let's go into this legislative session and approve this one thing. I'll call the meeting to order for the legislative session, special legislative session on Tuesday, April 20, 2021. And it's right now 10:20, I believe.
10:02.
02.
10:02. Well, I can't see. My eyes are killing me. Can you put the agenda on there, please, ma'am?
Yes, I'm getting there. I lost my way.
It's a long agenda.
It's a long night.
You're like 3 hours.
So is this my payment for going off that I have to stay up all night with these agendas tonight?
Melinda, we've been in meetings at midnight before. Come on.
1:30.
The longest meeting I ever participated in went until 1:45 in the a.m. And I promised I'd never do that again.
It's true.
And I probably walked out about 10:30.
No, you got up and said, I'm leaving. I'm not doing this.
Yep. I remember this.
And I've done that more than once.
Yes, you have.
My bad. All right. So
the meeting has been called to order. The agenda has been reviewed, and we've heard from the presentation for the variance at 3405 Newton Street.
Right. So I don't believe the actual letter that we're voting on got into the packet, so I'm going to read it if that's okay, so you can know.
Please don't read that whole thing.
It's only 3 paragraphs. And I read quick. You have to know what you're voting on. So I'm going to make a motion that we send the following letter to the zoning board, and it reads as follows. The Mount Rainier City Council has reviewed the attached plans that were revised in consultation with the city's design review board. The city council appreciates the willingness of the owner and architect to work with the DRB in order to revise the plan. With the revisions, the DRB recommended that the city council support the necessary variances for 3405 Newton Street. The city council adopted the DRB's recommendations and voted in favor of the variance request, which is V-68-20, as reflected in the revised attached plans for the project. In addition, the city's code compliance department will keep the attached revised plans and the DRB's letter on file and certify that the county-approved building plans are in concert with the plans presented to the city council on April 20th, 2021. That's it.
All right.
I need a second.
Second. All right, so what else do we need to do with this?
Vote on it.
All those in favor of the motion? Okay, I should allow you to have some discussion. Y'all want to discuss this again?
No.
Absolutely not. All those in favor of the motion and the letter as presented by Councilmember Nettler, let it be known by aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, it's unanimous. Let's get the letter out of here. May I get a motion to recess from the legislative session to go into a closed session for the purpose of discussing personnel?
So moved.
So moved.
And may I get a second?
Second.
Thank you so very much. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, we're in closed session. Latasha, do we have to go out?